My name's Drew Harper. I'm 34 years old. This happened back in the fall of 2019. I had just gotten out of a messy breakup that drained a lot out of me. I lived in Columbus, Ohio at the time and worked in an IT job that was fully remote. So after things fell apart with my relationship, I decided I needed to get away from everything. I didn't want to be around friends, family, or coworkers. I just wanted to disappear for a little while. No distractions, just peace. I went on Airbnb and started looking for cabins in the northern part of Michigan, up by the Huron-Manistee National Forests. I wasn't looking for anything fancy, just something secluded, surrounded by trees, and far from any noise. I found a small one-bedroom cabin deep in the woods about 2 hours outside of Grayling. The pictures showed a quiet, simple structure with a wood stove, solar panels for electricity, and a small propane tank out back. No Wi-Fi, no cell signal, no neighbors for miles. That was perfect for me. I booked it for 2 weeks in October. I figured that would give me enough time to reset mentally without needing to talk to anyone. I packed my SUV with what I thought I'd need: non-perishable food, water, camping supplies, clothes, a couple of flashlights, a battery-powered radio, and my hunting rifle. I didn't plan to hunt, but up there in northern Michigan, you never know what kind of animals you might come across. Better to be safe. The drive was long but peaceful. As I headed further north, the roads got quieter and the air started to feel colder. The leaves were in full color, bright oranges, reds, and yellows that made every stretch of road look like a postcard. I stopped for gas one last time at a small station in a place called Mio. The old man at the counter gave me a strange look when I told him where I was going. "You know they shut down some of those Forest Service roads for the season, right?" he said. I nodded and said I had four-wheel drive. That was true. My SUV was built for off-road. I didn't think much of what he said. By the time I reached the cabin, it was nearly dark. The dirt road leading in was rough and narrow, with brush scraping the sides of my vehicle. There were no signs, no markers, just the GPS signal cutting out as I got deeper in. When I finally saw the cabin through the trees, I felt a wave of relief. It looked just like the pictures: small, dark wood siding, a stone chimney, and a tiny covered porch. The silence around it was thick, like everything was holding its breath. I parked, unlocked the door using the code the owner had given me, and stepped inside. The interior was simple but cozy. A small kitchen area with a propane stove, a hand pump sink, a table and 2 chairs, and a twin bed against the back wall. The wood stove sat in the corner with a neat stack of firewood next to it. There was a little bathroom with a composting toilet and no shower, just a basin and some camping soap. That first night, I made a quick meal on the stove, got a fire going, and crawled into bed with a headlamp and a paperback novel. The silence was heavy but comforting. No buzzing phones, no notifications, no noise from the city. Just the sound of the fire and the occasional groan of the cabin settling. The next few days were peaceful. I explored the woods nearby, gathered firewood, read, wrote in a journal, and watched the clouds move. The air got colder each day, and I started to notice frost on the ground in the mornings. I was careful to keep the fire going every night and ration my supplies so I wouldn't have to make a trip into town. Around the 5th day, I decided to hike farther into the woods. There were no marked trails, but I had a compass and had marked the cabin's location on a topographical map I brought. I headed northwest that morning, following a dry creek bed. I walked for a few hours, enjoying the solitude. At one point, I saw a group of wild turkeys and later found fresh deer tracks. But around mid-afternoon, I stumbled across something odd: a set of tire tracks, deep ones. They cut across the dry creek bed and headed further into the woods. These weren't fresh, but they weren't more than a few days old either. That bothered me a little. The nearest road was several miles away. Whoever had been driving out here must have come in the same way I did, but then kept going past the cabin, deeper into the forest. I followed the tracks for about half a mile. They led to a clearing where I found what looked like the remains of an old hunting shack. It was rotted and falling apart. Roof caved in, one wall collapsed, the inside filled with broken furniture and trash. But next to it was something that didn't fit: a relatively new fire pit. Charcoal, burned cans, some beer bottles. Someone had been here recently. I looked around more carefully. There were cigarette butts, a folding chair tucked under a plastic tarp, and even a fresh-looking blanket stuffed into a dry corner of the shack. I don't know why, but something about it made me uneasy. I turned around and made my way back to the cabin, following my compass closely. I didn't like the idea of someone else camping out here this deep in the woods, especially if they weren't supposed to be. That night, I kept the rifle loaded and next to my bed. I told myself it was just a precaution. The next few days, I kept to the area immediately around the cabin. I stopped hiking far. I didn't go back toward the shack. I kept expecting to see a vehicle or hear an engine, but nothing came. Still, I felt watched. I started noticing small things. A branch placed across the front steps that hadn't been there. The sound of footsteps outside at night that might have just been a deer, or might not have been. I tried to brush it off. But then I woke up one morning and found boot prints in the frost outside the cabin. Big ones, not mine. They circled the cabin. Whoever it was hadn't knocked or tried to open the door, but they'd walked around it completely. The prints led in from the woods and disappeared the same way. I stayed inside all day that day. I kept the fire low and didn't light the lamps. I watched the tree lean through the windows with the rifle across my lap. Every sound felt louder. Branches cracking, squirrels jumping, the wind in the trees. That night, I barely slept. I kept the stove going just enough to keep from freezing, but didn't want too much smoke coming from the chimney. I sat by the window in the dark, heart pounding, trying to listen past the blood in my ears. Around 3 a.m., I heard something. It was faint, crunching in the leaves. Slow footsteps, deliberate. They stopped for a while, then started again, moving along the side of the cabin. Then silence. I didn't move until the sun came up. When I finally worked up the nerve to go outside, I found more prints. Same boots. They came from the woods, walked halfway around the cabin, then doubled back and left again. I'd had enough. I packed a bag, locked the cabin, and hiked back to where I had parked. But when I got to my SUV, something was wrong. The rear window was smashed. Not completely shattered, just a hole punched through it. Inside, my gear had been rifled through. Some food was gone. My backup flashlight was missing. But the rest, my keys, my maps, my water, was still there. I didn't wait around. I started the engine and headed back the way I came in. That's when I realized the road was different. About 2 miles out, the dirt road that had led in was now blocked. A large tree had fallen across it. Not recently, it had been cut, clean, and even then dropped deliberately. I stopped the car and got out. It wasn't a natural fall. Someone had used a chainsaw. I tried backing up and finding another way out, but every small trail I tried either looped back or was blocked in similar ways. Felled trees, brush piled deliberately. Someone had done this to trap vehicles in. It started to hit me just how isolated I was. No cell signal, no nearby neighbors, no one expecting me back for another week. I drove back to the cabin. The rest of that day, I stayed inside. I made sure the doors were locked. I shut the shutters. I turned off all the lights and sat in silence with the rifle across my lap. That night, they came back. I heard the footsteps first. More than one set, maybe 2. Then the sound of something being dragged. Chains? A shovel? Couldn't tell. I didn't move. I didn't look out. Then I heard tapping. Soft, slow, rhythmic. On the wall near the front door. Then on the opposite side. They were circling again. They didn't try to break in. Not that night. They just walked around for hours. I sat there, frozen in fear, until daylight. I knew I couldn't stay another night. The next day, I packed everything. I took a hatchet and cleared a path through one of the blocked trails. Took hours. By the time I got the car through, the sun was already starting to set. I drove with my lights off for the first mile, then sped up once I was sure no one was following. I didn't stop until I reached Mio. I went straight to the sheriff's office and filed a report. They sent a deputy up to the cabin the next morning. He didn't find anyone, but he did confirm the boot prints, the blocked roads, the damaged SUV. They never found who it was. The cabin listing was taken down a few weeks later. The owner claimed they didn't know anything about it. I never went back. I don't camp anymore. I was 34 when I spent that week alone in the woods near Priest Lake, northern Idaho. That was back in 2019, late October. I'd been going through a lot back then. Burnout from work, stress headaches, sleeping 4 hours a night at best, drinking too much. I didn't want to be around anyone, and I figured time alone in a cabin I'd found on a rental site could be a way to reset things. I had a full week off. I'd planned no calls, no texts, no internet, just peace and quiet in the cold, crisp air of the forest. The cabin was small and basic. 1 floor, single bedroom, tiny kitchen with a propane stove, no plumbing, just a pump out back and an outhouse about 20 yards into the trees. A wood-burning stove kept the place warm. No electricity, only a couple of solar-powered lanterns and flashlights. It sat on the far edge of a ridge that overlooked a steep valley with nothing but trees below. The nearest town was a good 20 miles away, and even the dirt road that led up to the property was barely more than 2 ruts in the ground. I drove in with supplies packed tightly into the back of my old 4Runner. Food, water, firewood, a few books, a battery-powered radio, a .30-06 rifle I'd used for deer hunting years ago, and enough coffee to last a small army. The air was colder than I expected. I remember stepping out of the truck the first evening and hearing absolutely nothing. Not a bird, not a car, just the wind pushing through the trees like a whisper. Felt good. The first night passed quietly. I got a fire going in the stove, unpacked my things, and read until I fell asleep around 10. I slept better than I had in months. The silence out there was like a thick blanket that wrapped around everything. No buzzing phones, no neighbor's dog, no traffic. Just the fire's soft crackling and the groan of the old cabin shifting in the cold. I woke up early the next morning and stepped outside to stretch. There was frost on everything, a hard white crust on the grass and the fallen leaves. I made coffee with water from the pump, wrapped myself in my heavy flannel jacket, and sat on the front steps watching the sun come up over the ridge. I stayed like that for a long while, sipping coffee, breathing slow. I even smiled. I remember thinking how badly I needed this. I spent that day exploring the surrounding woods. I stuck to the ridge mostly, following deer trails and admiring the views. The trees were mostly pine and cedar, and in some areas they were so thick the sun barely reached the ground. The silence out there had a weight to it, especially when you were deep in the trees. I found a small clearing a little ways south of the cabin where I saw a half-burnt campfire ring, probably from some past hunter or hiker, but it looked like it hadn't been used in a while. That evening, after dinner, I was sitting in the cabin finishing up a chapter in my book when I heard something. A short, sharp noise came from outside. It wasn't an animal or the wind. It was too precise. It sounded like someone stepping on a branch. I froze for a second. I waited, listened hard, but I didn't hear it again. Maybe a deer, I told myself. They wandered through all the time. Still, something about it stuck with me. The way the branch snapped, quick and flat, like someone trying to walk quietly but not quite pulling it off. I got up and walked to the window, flashlight in hand, but didn't see anything. The trees looked the same. Shadows, outlines. I didn't want to overreact, but I also knew I was far from anyone, and it wouldn't take much for something to go bad out here. I made sure the rifle was loaded, just in case. That night, I didn't sleep as well. I left the fire going longer than I needed to and kept 1 lantern lit on the table. I listened for any more sounds but heard nothing, just the creaks of the cabin. The next morning, I went out to look around. I walked in a wide circle around the cabin, checking the dirt for prints, the trees for anything off. About 30 feet off the ridge trail behind the cabin, I saw something I hadn't noticed before. A piece of bark peeled off a tree at about chest height, long and narrow. Under it, scratched into the raw wood, were what looked like marks. Just 4 vertical lines and 1 slash diagonally across them. Like a tally. That wasn't from an animal. I stood there a while staring at it, not moving. Something about it felt wrong. I tried to reason it away. Maybe some hunter marking a trail, maybe a kid goofing around months ago. Still, I didn't like it. I kept walking and saw another mark like it about 40 yards away. Same kind of tree, same scratch marks. The snow had dusted some of the area, and I spotted what might have been faint boot prints in the softer dirt. But they were too broken up to tell for sure. That night, it snowed heavier. I could hear it ticking against the cabin roof like tiny pebbles. I stayed inside all day, keeping the fire going and trying to stay calm. I kept telling myself it was nothing, just the woods playing tricks. But my stomach was tight all day, couldn't relax. The next morning, I woke up and saw more prints in the snow. These weren't animal tracks. They were boots, human boots. They started from the edge of the woods and came up to about 10 feet from the cabin door, then turned and disappeared the way they came. I felt something cold move through me when I saw them. There weren't any tracks coming from the cabin, just toward it and away. I stood at the window for hours that day, rifle across my lap, eyes scanning the trees. I didn't go outside except to check the outhouse quickly. When the sun set, I blocked the windows with extra blankets and chairs. I stacked firewood against the back door. I barely slept. The next morning, I saw a third set of marks on a tree. This one was closer, maybe 30 yards behind the cabin. 5 more tallies scratched into the bark. No prints, though. The snow had blown around too much, but those scratches were new. That afternoon, I heard something again, a dull thud, like a foot slipping or someone bumping against a tree. I pressed my ear to the window, not breathing. Came again, quieter this time. Then nothing. The hair on the back of my neck stood up. I stayed up all night with the rifle in my lap, listening. Around 2 a.m., I thought I saw movement in the trees, a shape. Just for a second, a flicker between the trunks. It was too far to tell. I turned off all lights and just sat in the dark, staring out. I don't think I blinked for a full hour. The next morning, I had enough. I packed my gear. I didn't care that I still had 3 days left. Something wasn't right. I shoved everything back into the truck in a rush. I kept the rifle across the passenger seat. I took one last look at the cabin before leaving and saw something that made my knees go weak. A fresh set of boot prints, coming down from the ridge. They led straight to the side of the cabin and stopped beneath the window. No tracks leading away. I drove out of there faster than I should have, tires sliding in the soft snow. I didn't stop until I hit the paved road and kept going until I reached Sandpoint. I booked a motel, double-locked the door, and sat on the bed shaking for what felt like hours. I tried reporting what I saw, but there wasn't much to say. No crime had been committed. No one else had been seen out there. The local sheriff said they'd send someone to check, but I never heard back. I haven't gone back to the woods since. A few months later, I came across a forum where people talked about off-grid living and strange encounters in the wilderness. I posted about what happened, leaving out some details, and someone messaged me privately. They said they'd stayed in that same area, not the same cabin but close, and saw tally marks too. They described them exactly, even the boot prints in the snow. They'd left early too. I never replied to their message. What scared me most wasn't the marks or the prints or even the movement in the trees. It was the silence, how that person, whoever they were, never tried to break in, never left a note, never revealed themselves. Just stood out there, watching, closer every night, counting something on the trees. I still wonder what they were counting. Maybe days, maybe people, maybe me. I was 34 the year I went back to the cabin. It was late September 2018, and the days were getting shorter, the nights colder, and the trees in the north woods of Minnesota were turning into fire-colored canopies. I'd taken a leave from work after my dad passed away from a heart attack, and the grief hadn't really hit me until weeks later. Came in waves. Sometimes it was dull and slow, and other times it felt like I couldn't breathe. I hadn't cried at the funeral. I just stood there, numb. My sister handled the paperwork and all the phone calls. I didn't help much. That old cabin had belonged to him. He built it back in the 80s when he was still strong and full of life. It wasn't much, just a simple one-bedroom log place about a mile off a dirt access road and another 20 miles from the nearest town, which only had one gas station and a tiny diner. We used to go there as kids every summer, swimming in the cold lake, chopping wood, catching frogs, and sitting around the fire. He kept going back every year, even when we didn't. After he died, the cabin sat untouched for nearly 6 months. I knew someone needed to go out there and clean it up, maybe winterize it or fix whatever damage might have happened during the long snow season. It had been his place, but now it was ours, mine and my sister's. She had a baby on the way, though, and no time for a road trip, so I told her I'd go alone. I left Minneapolis on a Thursday morning and drove north for about 5 hours. The last part of the drive, after passing through a tiny town called Bear Ridge, was all dirt roads and pine trees, no cell service and barely any signs. It was just miles of forest, old logging roads, and rusted gates. I pulled into the overgrown gravel driveway a little after 3 p.m. The place looked almost exactly like I remembered. Weathered wood, tin roof streaked with rust, the porch sagging just a bit more than last time. Everything was quiet except for the wind in the trees. The key was still in the fake rock by the porch. I opened the door, and the smell hit me first. Dust, old wood, mouse droppings. I kept the door open and aired it out while I started unloading my truck. I had brought in food, a sleeping bag, a battery-powered lantern, a handgun just in case. My dad used to keep one there, but I didn't know if it still worked, and enough water for the weekend. I figured I'd stay 2, maybe 3 nights tops. Just clean up, take photos for my sister, and get back. It took me a couple hours to settle in, sweep out the place, and patch up a cracked window pane with some duct tape I found in the shed. There was no running water, there never had been, but the outhouse was still in decent shape. I made a small fire in the metal stove before sunset and heated up some canned soup. The place creaked with every gust of wind. The woods outside grew darker fast. By 8 p.m., it felt like midnight. That first night was quiet, too quiet. I laid in my sleeping bag on the old cot, listening to the sound of trees swaying and the occasional distant crack of branches. I chalked it up to raccoons or deer, but something about being alone in a cabin deep in the woods makes you hear things differently. Every sound carries. Every creak feels closer than it really is. I kept the gun within reach, even though I doubted I'd need it. The next morning, I woke up to frost on the windows. I made coffee on a small propane stove, bundled up, and walked the trail behind the cabin that led to the lake. The path was still there, though parts were grown in. I used a stick to knock away webs and overhanging branches. The lake was low, and mist floated over the water like steam. It was quiet except for a single loon out on the far end. I stood there for a long time. That place held a lot of memories, but something about it now felt off. Not haunted, just empty in a different way. I spent the afternoon cleaning out the shed, tossing away old, moldy tarps and broken tools. The door to the shed didn't close all the way, so I tied it shut with rope. I also found some of my dad's old gear, his boots, his hat, even a faded flannel jacket still hanging on a nail inside. I left it there. Felt wrong to take it. That night, I went to bed early, exhausted from work. Around midnight, I woke up suddenly. I wasn't sure why at first. It was dark, no moon, no stars, just pitch black. Then I heard it again. A thud. It wasn't close, but it wasn't far either. Somewhere outside. Another thud, heavier this time, like something landing on the ground. I sat up and grabbed the flashlight. I didn't hear it again, but I didn't fall back asleep for hours. In the morning, I checked around the cabin. No footprints, nothing knocked over. The shed was still tied shut. I told myself it might have been a tree branch falling, maybe an animal jumping from a tree. I had no real proof otherwise, but I was uneasy. Later that day, I was chopping some wood out front when I found something strange. Just off the path near the trees, there was a soda can half buried in leaves. Not one of ours. It was newer, shiny. I picked it up, some kind of off-brand energy drink I'd never seen before. Not rusted, not old. Definitely left there recently. Felt out of place. There was no trash anywhere else around. Just that one can. I looked around, didn't see anyone, but I kept glancing over my shoulder after that. That night, I locked the door, checked the windows twice, and kept the gun beside me again. I didn't light a fire. I didn't want to draw attention. Around 1:30 a.m., I heard something else. Footsteps, clear as day. Not animals, too heavy. Slow, crunching across the gravel just outside the front porch. I sat up in bed, heart pounding. I didn't move, didn't even breathe. Whoever it was didn't knock, didn't speak, just stood there, maybe 30 feet away, maybe closer. I couldn't see out the windows, they were too fogged from the inside. After maybe a minute or two, the sounds moved again, this time around the side of the cabin. The gravel stopped. Then nothing. I sat there for the next 3 hours with the gun pointed at the door, trying to convince myself it was my imagination. But I knew better. I wasn't alone out there. The next morning, I debated packing up and leaving. But part of me didn't want to back down. I told myself maybe it was a hunter, maybe just someone passing through. But why walk around someone's cabin at night? Why not just announce yourself? I hiked down the dirt road around noon and looked for tire tracks. There were none besides mine. No new footprints either, but the ground was dry and hard. I checked the tree line, scanned the ridge behind the cabin, even walked the lake trail again. No signs of anyone. That evening, I noticed something else. A small strip of fabric caught on a nail sticking out of the shed. It wasn't from anything I owned. It was dark gray, nylon, maybe from a jacket. I hadn't seen it the day before. I was sure of it. I went back into the cabin and locked the door. It was only 5 p.m., but I didn't care. I made a sandwich, packed up a bag with essentials, just in case, and kept everything close. I didn't plan on staying another night. I'd leave first thing in the morning, but I didn't get the chance. Just after sunset, I saw movement in the woods. I had been standing at the front window watching the trees. Then, about 50 feet out, I saw a shape. Person. Just standing there. Not moving. Just barely visible through the branches. I turned off the lantern and crouched low. I watched for at least 10 minutes. The figure didn't move. Then, just as suddenly, they were gone. I didn't sleep that night. Around 3 a.m., the footsteps came back. This time, there were more of them. More than one person. They walked slowly around the cabin. I heard the shed door creak open, even though I'd tied it shut. Then footsteps on the porch. I didn't move. I just held the gun and stared at the door, heart racing so fast I thought it would explode. They didn't try to break in, just stood there, maybe watching, maybe listening. At first light, I grabbed my bag, unlocked the back door, and slipped out the side. I didn't even stop to lock the cabin. I cut through the trees toward the lake trail, then looped back around to the access road. I didn't look back until I was halfway to my truck. That's when I saw it. In the dirt beside my vehicle were footprints, clear, fresh, and a dead rabbit, gutted and left on the hood. No blood anywhere else, just a clean kill placed there. I drove away fast, bouncing over the potholes, hands shaking. I didn't stop until I hit Bear Ridge. I pulled into the gas station, sat there for nearly 20 minutes before I could even get out. I told the clerk what happened, left out some details but mentioned people snooping around, the rabbit. He just nodded and said, "Yeah, that happens sometimes. Not everyone wants to be found out there." I never went back to that cabin. We sold it the next spring to a man who wanted to fix it up and rent it out for hunting season. I never told him what happened. Maybe I should have. But sometimes, when I wake up in the middle of the night and hear something outside my apartment window, I still wonder, what if they followed me? What if I wasn't just some random person to them? What if I walked into someone else's woods and they just let me leave? I had been looking forward to this trip for months. After a grueling year working in the city, stuck behind a desk, with nothing but the hum of computers and the occasional ringing phone, I craved silence. Not the usual white noise of urban life, but real quiet, where I could hear the wind through the trees and the faint rustle of wildlife. The cabin I rented was small, tucked away in the dense pine forests of northern Michigan, about an hour outside the nearest town, which itself was little more than a few stores and a gas station. The year was 2023 and I was 32, alone for the first time in a long time with only my backpack and a few supplies. The drive up was uneventful, but as the city disappeared behind me, replaced by endless stretches of pine trees, my nerves began to build up. I kept telling myself it was just the unfamiliar quiet getting to me. I arrived at the cabin late afternoon. The sun was starting to dip low, casting long shadows between the trees. The cabin looked exactly like the photos, Old wooden logs, a metal roof, a small porch with a weathered rocking chair, and a chimney that promised warmth. I spent the first hour unpacking, organizing my things. I brought a small propane stove, canned food, bottled water, and a lantern with extra fuel. Electricity and cell signal were almost non-existent, which was part of the reason I wanted to come here. I wanted to disconnect. The cabin was basic, just one room with a bed, a small table, and a wood stove. A stack of firewood sat neatly piled near the door. After setting up, I went outside to collect a bit of firewood. The forest was quiet but not empty. Birds chirped sporadically, and I spotted a squirrel darting between the tree trunks. The air smelled fresh, pine and earth mixed with the faint scent of wet leaves from recent rain. That first night, I slept well. The quiet was soothing. No city noises, no honking cars or distant sirens. Just the sound of the wind through the trees and the occasional creak of the cabin settling. I woke up early the next morning to the soft light filtering through the small window. The woods looked different in the light, alive in a way that made me feel small but peaceful. I spent the day hiking the nearby trails, walking deeper into the forest. The paths were narrow and twisted, and I made sure to mark my way with a small trail of stones so I could find my way back. The trees were tall, their thick bark rough under my fingertips. I passed a small stream where the water was cold and clear, and I filled my water bottle there. When I returned, I prepared a simple meal on the stove, canned beans heated with some instant rice. As the day turned to evening, I lit a fire in the stove and sat by the window watching the fading light. The forest grew darker, shadows stretching out long and strange. The second night was different. I heard noises outside, soft footsteps, the crunch of leaves, something moving close but not quite near enough to see clearly. I told myself it was probably deer or other wildlife. The forest was home to many animals, and they were mostly harmless if left alone. But the footsteps didn't stop. They circled the cabin slowly, coming closer to the windows, stopping for a moment before moving on. I felt my heart quicken, but I tried to stay calm. I checked the locks on the doors and windows. Everything was secure. I didn't sleep much that night. Every small noise made me jump. I kept the lantern lit and the fire burning in the stove. The isolation I had wanted suddenly felt heavy. The silence was no longer peaceful. It was tense, like waiting for something to happen. The next day, I decided to explore more of the area to keep my mind occupied. I walked a few miles east, following a faint path that appeared on my map. The forest there was thicker, and the ground was soft with moss. I found an old, abandoned hunting stand, a wooden platform nailed high into a tree. It looked like it hadn't been used in years, but I climbed up carefully to get a better view. From up there, I could see the canopy stretching out in every direction. The air was cool, and I could hear the distant sound of running water. It was beautiful, but also made me feel more exposed. The forest looked endless, a green ocean that swallowed sound and light. I made my way back to the cabin before nightfall. The shadows seemed to follow me, and the path I took didn't look quite the same in the fading light. At one point, I thought I heard voices, whispers carried on the wind, but when I stopped and listened carefully, it was just the trees creaking. That night, the footsteps returned, louder this time, circling the cabin for hours. I saw a dark figure moving just beyond the edge of the trees, too shadowed to make out details, but there nonetheless. I never saw anyone approach the cabin, but the feeling of being watched was strong. I checked my phone for a signal, hoping to call for help or at least check the weather, but there was none. My mind started to race with possibilities. Maybe someone was nearby, camping or hunting, and I just hadn't seen them. Or maybe someone was trying to scare me off the property. I had heard stories about people living in these woods who didn't like visitors. On the third day, I woke to the sound of heavy footsteps outside again. This time I grabbed my flashlight and cautiously looked out the window. A pair of muddy boots were visible through the fog, leaving deep prints in the soft earth around the cabin. The footprints weren't mine, they were much larger. I decided it was time to take action. I gathered my supplies and checked my gear. I had a small hunting knife in my pack and a flare gun for emergencies. I knew I couldn't stay here if someone was around who might mean harm. I needed to leave, but my car was parked a mile down the rough dirt road, and night was falling fast. I spent the afternoon preparing a plan to get out safely. I left a note inside the cabin in case anyone found it, explaining where I had gone. I planned to hike out before dark, sticking close to the main road. I packed light but made sure to bring water, food, and my flashlight. As I stepped outside, the air felt colder, heavier somehow. The forest was quiet again, but the weight of being watched hung over me. I moved quickly, not stopping to look back. Every crack of a twig made me jump. Halfway to the road, I heard someone running behind me. I didn't turn around. I just kept moving faster, my heart pounding. The dirt road came into view, and I saw my car parked beneath a tall pine. I unlocked the doors with trembling hands and climbed inside, locking the doors behind me. I started the engine and pulled onto the road, my eyes scanning the trees. The forest seemed to watch me go, dark and silent. I didn't stop until I reached the highway and the familiar lights of the nearby town. Back in town, I checked into a small motel, exhausted and shaken. I called the local sheriff to report what had happened. They told me the area was known for occasional hunters and that some people preferred to keep their presence hidden from outsiders. No reports of criminal activity had been made recently, but the sheriff advised me to stay away from the cabin and to report any further suspicious activity. I returned home the next day. The experience stayed with me for weeks. How close someone had been without ever revealing themselves, how isolated and vulnerable I felt in the forest. I realized how little I really knew about the wilderness and the people who lived in or around it. Looking back, I'm glad I trusted my instincts and left when I did. The cabin was peaceful on the surface, but the reality was different. The forest held more than just quiet and trees. It held unknown watchers and dangers I hadn't expected. The experience changed how I viewed solitude and nature. Sometimes the scariest things aren't ghosts or monsters, but people and the fear of the unknown. Now, when I think of that trip, I remember the beauty of the forest, but also the way fear settled in my chest when the footsteps came at night. I learned to respect the wilderness and the lives of those who call it home, some of whom don't want visitors. The cabin sits empty now, waiting for the next person. I won't be going back, but I will never forget the lesson I learned there. Being alone in the woods can be peaceful, but it can also be dangerous, and it's always wise to be prepared and cautious. It was late October of 1998 when I decided to take a break from the city and spend a week alone in a small cabin tucked away in the forests of northern Vermont. I was 29 years old at the time, working a high-pressure office job in Boston that had been slowly wearing me down for years. I wanted to get away from everything, the noise, the stress, the endless stream of people asking for things I didn't always want to give. I had found the cabin through a small local rental agency. The place was a modest wooden structure, maybe 600 square feet, built sometime in the late 60s. It sat near the edge of a dense pine forest, a little over a mile from the nearest dirt road. There was no electricity or running water, just a propane stove, a wood-burning fireplace, and a well for water. I was used to roughing it a bit from earlier trips hiking in the Adirondacks and the White Mountains, but this was different. I would be entirely on my own, disconnected for a full week. I arrived just as the sun was setting on a cool, gray afternoon. The air smelled sharp and fresh, a mix of pine needles, wet earth, and with smoke from chimneys of far-off cabins. I carried my gear from the old pickup truck to the cabin: an ice chest full of food, a large jug of water, my backpack with clothes and supplies, and a heavy bag of firewood. The cabin looked weathered but sturdy. Its windows were small and old, glass slightly fogged with age. The door creaked when I pushed it open, and inside the musty smell of wood and dust welcomed me. The floor was rough-hewn planks, uneven in some places, and the walls were lined with old pine boards, their knots darkened with age. A thin layer of dust coated every surface, and cobwebs hung in corners. I quickly set about unpacking, stacking firewood near the fireplace, and getting the propane stove hooked up. The well pump was manual, an old-fashioned hand pump that required several strong pulls before water finally trickled out. I filled my water bottles, then started a fire in the hearth to warm the place. Night fell quickly. The cabin's windows showed nothing but blackness beyond the faint flicker of the firelight. No street lamps, no distant houses, just trees and stars. I cooked a simple dinner, canned beans and rice warmed on the stove, and sat close to the fire, reading a book I had brought along. The silence was thick, the kind that presses in and makes every little noise stand out. The creak of the cabin settling, the faint whistle of wind through the trees, the occasional rustle of small animals moving just outside. On the first night, I slept deeply, though I woke once or twice to the sounds of owls calling in the distance and the wind rattling branches. I told myself I was safe, that the isolation was exactly what I needed. The next morning was bright and cold. I bundled up in layers, wool socks, a thick flannel shirt, a down jacket, and went for a walk along the narrow dirt trail leading into the woods. The forest was dense, filled with tall pines and maples that still held onto some of their last red and gold leaves. The ground was damp and covered with a thick layer of pine needles. The air smelled of moss and earth. I followed the trail for about an hour, stopping occasionally to examine tracks in the mud, deer, raccoons, maybe a fox or two. There was no one else around, not a single car or person. The silence felt peaceful but also a little strange. Out here, far from roads and towns, it was easy to feel small. Back at the cabin, I gathered more firewood, bringing in enough to last for the day. I decided to explore the area closer to the cabin. Behind it was a small clearing where the sunlight filtered through the trees. I found old tin cans and broken glass bottles buried under leaves, remnants of previous visitors, perhaps hunters or campers who had stayed here before. Over the next couple of days, I settled into a routine. Morning walks, collecting firewood, chopping it into smaller pieces for the stove, cooking simple meals, reading and sitting by the fire. I kept a journal, writing about the quiet and the feeling of being so alone. But on the third night, something shifted. It started with a faint noise outside as I was getting ready for bed. A low rustling, like something moving through the underbrush. I told myself it was just a deer or a raccoon, but the sound was close, very close. I peered out through the window, but the darkness made it impossible to see more than a few feet. The wind had picked up, making the pine branches sway and creak. Suddenly, there was a louder snap, a branch breaking under heavy weight. I froze, my heart pounding. The noise came from the edge of the clearing, maybe 20 feet away. I grabbed the small flashlight I kept by the bed and clicked it on. The beam shone into the darkness, catching the silhouette of a large animal. It was a black bear. I had read about bears in the area, but this was the first time I'd actually seen one so close. The bear stood on all fours, massive and imposing, its fur wet and matted. It stared back at me for a moment, then lumbered off into the trees. My hands trembled as I put the flashlight down. I was relieved but also shaken. I knew bears could be dangerous, especially if they got into the cabin or food. From that night on, I was more careful about where I kept my food. I stored it in a sealed metal box outside, away from the cabin. I also made sure to keep a fire burning at all times when I was awake. I didn't want to take any chances. The following day was clear and cold. I decided to hike deeper into the forest to a nearby lake I had read about. I packed a small bag with water, snacks, and my camera. The trail was narrow and overgrown in places. I had to duck under low branches and step over fallen logs. The forest was thick, and the sounds of wildlife surrounded me. The call of birds, the rustle of small animals. After about 2 hours, I reached the lake. It was smaller than I expected, a quiet pool surrounded by rocks and trees. The water was clear and still, reflecting the gray sky. I sat on a large rock at the edge, dipping my fingers into the cold water. The silence here was different, almost sacred. For a moment, I felt at peace. But as I stood to head back, I noticed something strange. Footprints in the soft mud near the water. Not animal prints, but human, barefoot, large, and oddly spaced. I frowned. There should be no one else around here, not this far from the road. I examined the prints carefully. They led from the lake's edge back into the forest, heading roughly the same direction I had come. I debated following them, but decided it was better to return to the cabin before dark. I took a few photos of the prints and started back. The walk back was uneventful, but the feeling of being watched lingered. I told myself it was just my imagination, the result of being alone for so long. That night, the wind howled harder than before. The cabin shook with each gust, and the fire crackled wildly. I stayed close to the hearth, my eyes scanning the windows for any movement. Around midnight, I heard it again, the rustling in the bushes outside, heavier than before. This time, it wasn't just one or two noises, but a steady, deliberate scraping sound, like something or someone was moving branches and stepping through the undergrowth with purpose. I grabbed the hunting knife I had brought for protection and stood by the door. My mind raced. Could it be a wild animal? Or was it something else? The noises came closer, stopping just beyond the clearing. Then I saw a shadow, a tall figure moving slowly just beyond the edge of the trees. My breath caught in my throat. The figure didn't come closer, didn't call out or make any noise. It just stood there, watching. I locked the door and shut the curtains, trying to calm my shaking hands. I sat down by the fire, clutching the knife tightly, eyes fixed on the windows. I didn't sleep much after that. The next day, I searched the perimeter of the clearing. There were no footprints except the ones I had seen near the lake, and they seemed to have stopped several hundred feet from the cabin. I found some broken branches and disturbed leaves, but nothing else. Still, the feeling of being watched never left me. On the fifth day, I decided it was time to leave. I packed my bags, cleaned the cabin as best I could, and lit a fire in the hearth to burn any remaining wood. As I stepped outside, I noticed something strange on the ground near the back of the cabin. A small pile of stones, stacked carefully. I didn't remember putting them there. My heart pounded. I looked around but saw no one. I hurried to my truck, loaded my things, and started the engine. As I drove away down the dirt road, the forest seemed to close behind me. I never went back to that cabin. The ending asterisk. Looking back, I realized the scariest part wasn't the bear or the cold nights or the creaking trees. It was the feeling of someone or something watching me in the dark, moving just out of sight, close enough to be dangerous but never revealing itself. The footprints near the lake, the shadow outside the cabin, and the mysterious pile of stones were reminders that I wasn't as alone as I thought. I later learned from the rental agency that other renters had reported strange noises and sightings near that cabin. Some believed it was squatters or hunters who used the area illegally. The forest was vast, and people I was 34 years old when I took a week off work and drove out to a cabin in the northern part of Idaho, not too far from the Montana border. It was October 2022, the second week. I had been dealing with burnout at my job, a constant barrage of deadlines and pressure, so I wanted a place where I could completely disconnect. No phone, no internet, no noise. I found a listing online for an off-grid cabin surrounded by national forest. It looked perfect. A small place built in the 1970s, about 25 miles from the nearest paved road, down a long series of dirt tracks that were barely maintained. The photos showed a small wooden building surrounded by pine trees, sitting near a dry creek bed. No neighbors, no civilization, just forest. The listing said it had a wood stove, solar panels for minimal electricity, and a water tank that collected rainwater from the roof. It mentioned there was no cell signal and that visitors should bring all the food and supplies they needed. That was exactly what I wanted. I booked it for 7 nights and left early on a Sunday morning. The drive took over 9 hours. After I left the main highway, it was almost 2 hours of twisting, narrow forest roads. The GPS cut out about halfway through, and I had to rely on printed directions I'd brought just in case. I started seeing fewer signs of life the deeper I went. No houses, no trailheads, no other cars. The dirt roads got rougher, covered with fallen branches and potholes from the recent rains. My tires kicked up gravel and mud the whole way. I kept thinking that if anything happened out here, if I had car trouble or got injured, help would be hours away. That isolation made me nervous, but I brushed it off. By the time I reached the cabin, It was just after 4 p.m. It looked almost exactly like the photos. A small, one-room structure with weathered wood siding and a pitched roof covered in moss. The door had a heavy latch and a combination lock, which I'd been given the code for. I parked about 20 yards away near a clearing and walked up to the door. The silence was the first thing I really noticed. No traffic, no voices, not even the hum of insects. Just the occasional sound of wind moving through the tall pines. Inside, it was simple. A twin-size cot pushed against one wall, a small wood stove, a table with one chair, shelves holding canned food and basic utensils, and a large water container near the sink. A small solar-powered battery sat near the window, connected to a single overhead light and a USB outlet. No fridge, no stove, just a cooler under the table. There were a few books on a shelf and a map of the surrounding forest tacked to the wall. I dropped my bags and spent an hour organizing my supplies. I had brought enough food, water, and firewood to last the week. I unpacked my clothes, set up my sleeping bag, and opened the windows for a bit of air. There was a musty smell inside, but nothing terrible. Everything felt fine, and I was looking forward to doing nothing for a few days. I wanted to sleep, read, hike, and just be alone. That first night was uneventful. I made a small fire in the stove, ate a simple dinner of canned chili, and went to bed early. I could hear the wind outside and occasional creaks from the trees. The cold crept in quickly once the fire died, but I had heavy blankets. I slept lightly, waking up a few times to adjust or check on noises, but nothing felt out of place. The next morning, I made coffee on a small propane stove I'd brought and sat outside on a tree stump to drink it. The air was cold and damp, and everything was covered in dew. I didn't see any animals, not even birds. That struck me as strange. No squirrels, no chipmunks, no sound at all. But maybe I was just early or unlucky. I spent the day walking short trails near the cabin, collecting firewood, and reading. By afternoon, clouds rolled in, and it started to rain. I stayed inside, listening to the tapping on the roof and writing in a small notebook I brought with me. I wasn't anxious, not yet, but that night something changed. I woke up around 2 a.m. to a faint sound I couldn't place. At first, I thought it was the wind again, but it was more rhythmic. A soft, steady crunching noise, like someone walking on the gravel near the cabin. Slow steps. I lay still in the dark, heart racing, trying not to make any noise. The fire had burned out, and the cabin was cold. I reached slowly for the flashlight beside my bed and clicked it on, but kept it pointed down. I didn't hear the sound anymore. I waited a long time, listening. I considered getting up and looking out the window, but part of me didn't want to. Eventually, I convinced myself it was an animal, maybe a deer or elk. I didn't sleep much after that. The next morning, I walked around the cabin, looking for tracks. The ground was damp, and the leaves were soft, but I didn't see anything. No hoof prints, no broken branches, nothing that looked fresh. I tried to shake off the unease. It was a forest. Animals were everywhere. I told myself it was just my imagination, or the cabin settling, or maybe a tree branch falling. But then it happened again the following night. Around 3 a.m., I woke up to the sound of something brushing against the side of the cabin. A slow scrape, like something rough dragging against the wall. Then a knock, soft, but distinct. Just one. Then silence again. I didn't move. I just lay there, staring at the dark ceiling, waiting. I held my breath and listened for footsteps, but I didn't hear anything else. I told myself not to panic. Maybe it was a branch blown by the wind. Maybe an animal rubbing against the siding. I waited until morning and went outside again, searching the walls and ground. I saw a long scrape mark near the back of the cabin, about waist height, but no claw marks, no footprints. That day, I didn't go far. I stayed close to the cabin and kept checking the woods every few minutes. I still didn't see or hear any animals, not even birds. That was starting to really bother me. The forest should have been full of noise, chirping, rustling, something, but it was silent. Even the wind felt heavy. By the fourth day, I was getting more anxious. I kept the fire burning longer that night and stayed up late reading with my flashlight. I kept checking the window, but I couldn't see anything past the trees. The light barely reached 10 feet outside. I thought about leaving early, but I didn't want to seem paranoid. I told myself I could last the rest of the week. It was probably just wildlife. Then came the fifth night. I fell asleep around 10 p.m. and woke up around 1:30 to the sound of footsteps on the porch. I knew the sound immediately, those heavy, deliberate thuds on the wooden boards. Someone was outside. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. I just stared at the ceiling, heart pounding so loud it felt like it filled the room. The steps stopped right by the door. There was a long silence. Then I heard the door handle move. Slowly, jiggled once, then stopped, then again. Whoever it was, they didn't knock. They didn't say anything. They just tried the handle and stood there. I reached quietly under my sleeping bag and pulled out the hatchet I'd brought for chopping wood. I gripped it hard, holding my breath. Eventually, the handle stopped moving. I didn't hear footsteps leaving. I waited for maybe an hour, not daring to move or make a sound. Finally, I fell asleep from exhaustion. At sunrise, I went outside. The porch had boot prints, not animal tracks boots, human. They were large and deep, meaning the person had been heavy or carrying something. I followed them a few feet into the trees, but they stopped abruptly. Not faded, just stopped. Like whoever it was had walked backward in their own steps or was being careful not to leave more. I don't know how to explain it, but they just vanished. That was the moment I decided I had to leave. I packed everything quickly. I loaded the car, locked the cabin, and started the drive back. The forest felt different, like something was watching. Every time I stopped to check the map or go around fallen branches, I felt eyes on me. I kept glancing in the mirror. Halfway down the dirt road, I noticed something behind me. Far back, maybe 200 yards, a figure standing in the trees, just barely visible. I stopped the car, stared for a long time. It didn't move. It didn't wave or walk. Just stood there. I couldn't see a face or details, just the shape. Could have been a tree, but I don't think it was. I didn't get out. I kept driving. I made it to the main road by late afternoon and didn't stop until I reached a town where I had signal again. I booked a cheap motel for the night and sat in the room, shaking. I didn't sleep. I just kept replaying everything in my head. The sounds, the prints, the silence in the woods. I never reported it. What would I say? That someone may have been watching me from the forest? That they tried the door in the middle of the night? No one would do anything. There were no cameras, no injuries, no proof. Just a feeling that something was very wrong out there. I never went back. I stopped camping completely. Even short day hikes make me nervous now. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night and listen for sounds outside my apartment. I keep a flat. I didn't really know what I was getting into when I booked the cabin at Black Hollow. It was supposed to be a quiet weekend away from the city, a break from the noise, the stress of my job, and the pressure that had been building up inside me for months. I thought a few days alone in the woods would clear my head, maybe give me some peace. I had been working late nights and weekends as a junior accountant in a small firm in Ohio, barely seeing daylight during the week. My sleep was a mess, and my thoughts were always racing. I figured a cabin by myself would be perfect. Black Hollow was in the middle of nowhere, or so it felt. The closest town, Claymont, was about 15 miles away. A small place with a gas station, a diner, and a couple of old stores. The cabin itself was listed on a website for rural rentals. From the pictures, it looked cozy. A small wooden structure built in the 1950s with a fireplace, a simple kitchen, and just enough space for one or two people. No TV, no internet, just the sounds of the forest. I needed that. I left on a Friday afternoon after work. The drive from Columbus was about 3 hours, mostly highway until I hit smaller roads that twisted through hills and farmland. The GPS lost signal about 10 miles out from Claymont, which was no surprise. I wasn't expecting much cell coverage, but I still felt a little uneasy when my phone showed no service for the last stretch. The road to Black Hollow was a narrow 2-lane, flanked by dense woods on either side. As I drove, the sun was setting, the sky turning dark orange and purple. The trees looked thick and close, their branches almost touching overhead like a tunnel. I passed a few old houses and farms, most looking abandoned or run down. Felt like I was leaving the world behind. When I finally saw the small wooden sign for Black Hollow, I turned onto a dirt road that led uphill through the forest. The road was rough and uneven, potholes hidden by leaves and mud. I drove slowly, trying not to bottom out the rental car. The smell of pine and damp earth filled the air, and I felt a strange mix of excitement and nervousness. The cabin was tucked between tall pine and oak trees, about 100 yards from the road, with a small clearing around it. It looked even smaller in person than in the pictures. The wood was dark and weathered, the roof covered with moss. There was a small porch with a rusty metal bench and a wooden table that looked like it hadn't been cleaned in years. No electricity poles were visible, but a satellite dish sat crooked on the roof. I grabbed my bags and unlocked the door. The lock was old and stiff, but it turned with a loud creak. Inside, the cabin smelled of dust, mildew, and something faintly like damp wood. The floorboards creaked under my feet, and the small windows were dusty, letting in only a little light. The walls were lined with wood paneling, stained and scratched in places. There was a small kitchen area with a sink, a tiny refrigerator, and a propane stove. The bathroom was cramped, with a tiny shower that looked barely usable. The main room had a fireplace, a small couch, and a sagging armchair. A narrow stairway led to a loft where the bed was. The mattress was thin, the sheets clean but old. I set my bags down and pulled out my phone to check for signal. Still nothing. I figured I'd be fine. I had told my boss I'd be off the grid and didn't expect to work. I unpacked a few things, made a simple dinner on the stove, and settled in by the fireplace with a book. The cabin was cold, even with the propane heater running, and the only sounds were the occasional creaks of the wood and the distant rustling of the forest. That first night, I slept fitfully. Every noise outside, a branch snapping, the wind brushing through the trees, made me jump. I kept hearing faint thumps, like something moving just beyond the windows, but when I looked, nothing was there. I told myself it was just animals, squirrels, deer, maybe raccoons, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. The next morning, I woke early and went outside. The air was crisp and cool, the sky gray with low clouds. The forest around the cabin was dense, full of thick undergrowth and fallen leaves. The trees were tall and straight, mostly pines and oaks, their trunks covered in moss and lichen. The ground was soft and damp. I decided to take a short walk on one of the trails near the cabin. The trail was narrow, barely more than a path beaten by occasional hikers or hunters. It wound through the trees, rising gently uphill. The forest floor was covered with pine needles and dry leaves, and the air smelled like earth and rain. I saw a few birds, woodpeckers tapping on trees, crows flying overhead, but no other people. After about an hour, I turned back. The silence of the forest was heavy, broken only by the crunch of my boots on the leaves. I felt good to be moving, to stretch my legs. But even then, I noticed how isolated I was. No cars, no voices, no distant lights from other cabins or houses. Back at the cabin, I spent the afternoon cleaning a bit and trying to get the fire going in the fireplace. I had brought some firewood, but it was damp, and it took a lot of effort to get a good blaze. The fire warmed the room slowly, and I felt a little more comfortable. As evening came, the sky darkened early under thick clouds. I cooked dinner again and settled into the armchair with my book. The wind started up, rattling the windows and making the trees sway. I could hear branches scraping against the cabin walls. It was peaceful in a strange way, but I kept glancing at the windows, feeling like I was being watched. Around 9 p.m., the power flickered once, even though there was no visible connection to a grid. That unsettled me. The propane heater sputtered and died. I grabbed a flashlight and checked the propane tank outside. It looked full. I tried the stove and it worked fine. I thought maybe the heater had an electrical issue. The night grew colder, and I wrapped myself in blankets. I kept hearing noises outside, footsteps, or maybe something dragging along the dirt. I told myself it was just animals, but the footsteps seemed too heavy and deliberate, moving around the cabin, stopping, then starting again. I stayed awake, listening. Around midnight, the noises stopped, and the forest was silent. But I couldn't sleep. The next day was worse. The wind had knocked down a few branches on the roof, and the cabin felt drafty. The heater still wouldn't work. The temperature inside dropped steadily. I spent most of the day chopping firewood, trying to keep the fire going, and pacing the cabin to stay warm. I noticed the door had a new scratch along the frame, a long, thin mark like something had tried to pry it open. I was sure I had locked it properly when I got in. The feeling of being watched returned stronger than before. I went back to the trail to get some distance from the cabin. The forest felt thicker and darker, the air heavier. I took pictures with my camera as a distraction, focusing on the moss-covered rocks, twisted roots, and patterns of light through the branches. On the way back, I saw something that made my blood run cold. At the edge of the clearing near the cabin, partially hidden behind a tree, was a worn backpack. It was old, dirty, and looked like it had been there a long time. Someone had been nearby recently. I looked around but saw no one. No footprints in the mud or leaves. No signs of a campfire or human presence. But that backpack wasn't mine, and I hadn't seen it the day before. I brought it into the cabin and examined it carefully. Inside were some empty water bottles, a torn map, and a few pieces of crumpled paper. The papers had writing on them, notes about the area, strange symbols, and some place names I didn't recognize. I felt uneasy but also curious. That night, I locked all the doors and windows, piled heavy furniture against them as best I could, and sat by the fire with my phone in my hand, hoping for a signal. Still no service. I called the rental company's emergency number, but it went straight to voicemail. At some point, I heard footsteps outside again. This time, they moved slowly around the cabin perimeter, pausing every so often. I held my breath, staring out the window into the dark forest. The beam of my flashlight swept over the trees, but I saw nothing. I wanted to leave. I wanted to drive back to Claymont and never look back. But the rental contract said I had to stay at least 3 nights. Plus, the road back was muddy and slippery, and my car was not in the best shape for driving on dirt roads in bad weather. The third day was cold and gray. The sky was heavy with rain, and the dirt road outside turned to thick mud. The wind howled through the trees like a distant scream. The cabin felt smaller and more suffocating. The firewood was almost gone. I barely ate. I spent hours pacing, watching the windows, trying to keep warm. Every sound made me jump. The sense of being watched was constant, crushing. I thought about the backpack, the papers, the scratches on the door. Late that night, I was woken by the sound of the front door handle rattling. Someone was trying to open it. I scrambled out of bed, grabbed the heaviest thing I could find, a cast iron skillet, and moved toward the door. The rattling stopped. The silence that followed. My name is Luke, and this happened in the summer of 2018. I was 27 years old. I decided to take a break from my hectic life in Chicago and escape to a cabin in the northern part of Minnesota, near the Boundary Waters. It was the middle of July, and the idea was to spend a week alone in the woods, away from noise, people, and all the distractions of the city. I wanted silence and time to think. The cabin I rented was small and old but comfortable enough, set on a remote lake surrounded by dense forest. No cell signal, no internet, no electricity except a small generator I could run a few hours a day. I had been looking forward to this trip for months. I packed everything carefully. Canned food, water, some books, fishing gear, a first aid kit, my camera, and plenty of clothes for all weather. I had even brought a hand crank radio just in case, and a large flashlight with extra batteries. I drove my old truck up north and finally reached the tiny dirt road that led to the cabin. The last mile was rough, with deep ruts and tree roots breaking through the earth, but the truck managed fine. When I arrived, I felt a deep sense of relief. The cabin was simple, a one-room log cabin with a small porch facing the lake, a wood stove for heat and cooking, and a tiny loft for sleeping. There was a well near the porch for water, but I brought extra just to be safe. The first couple of days were perfect. I spent mornings fishing on the lake, afternoons hiking through the forest, and evenings reading by the stove. The quiet was almost overwhelming at first. No cars, no planes, no neighbors. Just birds, the wind in the trees, and the occasional splash of a fish jumping in the water. I loved it. I even found an old hiking trail that led to a small waterfall a few miles from the cabin, and I explored it carefully. The woods were thick and green, full of wildflowers and berries. Felt like I had found a hidden corner of the world. But on the third day, something started to feel off. It began with small things easy to ignore. The generator wouldn't start one morning, though I had used it just fine the night before. The well water tasted odd, metallic and a little sour, so I stopped using it and switched to my bottled water. The birds seemed quieter, almost like they had disappeared. The forest around the cabin started to feel heavier, less welcoming. I brushed it off as my mind playing tricks on me. That night, I was cooking dinner on the wood stove when I heard a noise outside, something scraping or dragging across the ground near the edge of the clearing. I froze, listening. The sound stopped as suddenly as it began. I grabbed my flashlight and stepped out onto the porch, shining the beam into the dark forest. Nothing. The trees stood still, no movement. I told myself it was probably just a raccoon or some other animal searching for food. I locked the cabin door and went back inside. But the noises continued almost every night after that. Sometimes it was the sound of footsteps in the underbrush just outside the cabin, slow and deliberate. Other times it was the cracking of branches or the scrape of something heavy against a tree. I never saw anything clearly, just glimpses of shadows moving between the trees. I kept the flashlight close and stayed near the stove, trying to keep warm and calm. I didn't want to admit it, but I started to feel watched. On the fifth day, I decided to take a long hike, hoping to clear my head. I packed my backpack with water, some food, and my camera, and headed into the forest following a map I had printed from the rental website. The trail was overgrown in places, and I had to push through thick bushes and branches. After about 2 hours, I came to a small clearing with an old abandoned campsite. Rusty cans, a broken tent frame, and a fire pit cold for many years. Felt eerie. I took some photos but didn't linger. As I turned to head back, I noticed fresh footprints in the dirt nearby. They were large, too big to be mine, and they didn't look like animal prints. They led away from the campsite and deeper into the forest. My stomach tightened. I decided to follow them, telling myself it was probably another hiker or someone else staying nearby. The footprints were spaced far apart, like whoever had made them was walking with long strides. I followed the trail for nearly a mile and then I stopped. The footprints ended at a fallen tree that was too large to climb over or around easily. I looked around carefully, but there was no sign of anyone. I took some pictures of the footprints for proof, then turned back quickly, feeling uneasy. That night, I barely slept. The noises outside were louder than ever. Slow footsteps pacing back and forth, heavy breathing that I couldn't explain, and an occasional scraping noise like something dragging on the ground. I stayed awake, sitting in front of the wood stove with my shotgun resting on my lap. I kept thinking about the footprints and the abandoned campsite. What if someone else was out here? Someone who didn't want me around? The next morning, I found my truck had a deep scratch along the passenger door, like a branch or something sharp had been dragged across it. There was no other damage, but it was clear someone or something had been close to it. My heart pounded. I checked the truck for any other signs but found nothing. I wanted to call for help, but the cell phone had no signal, just like I expected. I spent the day double-checking all the locks on the cabin doors and windows. I set up some makeshift alarms around the perimeter, empty cans tied to strings, and some bells I brought from home. Felt silly, but I needed to do something. I also cleared some brush around the cabin to give myself a better view of the forest edge. That evening, the noises started again, but now they were accompanied by soft tapping on the cabin walls. Light, slow taps that could have been mistaken for rain. I was too scared to open the door or look outside. I stayed by the stove all night, shotgun ready, waiting for morning. The next day, I made a decision. I was going to leave. I packed up as quickly as I could, but when I stepped outside, the forest looked different. The trees were darker, the air heavier, and the silence was deeper than before. I walked toward my truck, trying to stay calm. As I passed the tree line, I saw footprints again, large and deep in the soft earth, leading away from the cabin toward the main road. I hurried to the truck, started it, and drove off the rough dirt road as fast as I could. On the way back, I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone or something chasing me, but there was nothing. When I finally reached a place with cell signal, I called the rental company to tell them I was leaving early. I asked if anyone else had been staying nearby or if they knew anything about strange noises or people wandering the woods. They said no. The cabin was usually empty except for renters like me. No one reported anything like that before. Back in the city, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, even days later. I thought about going back to the cabin to figure out what happened, but I never did. Something about that place stayed with me, a warning that some parts of the world are better left alone. I'm still not sure what I was thinking when I decided to rent that cabin out in the middle of nowhere. It was the summer of 2019, and I was 32 years old. I needed a break from the city. Chicago had been getting to me for years. Work was stressful, people were exhausting, and I wanted nothing more than some peace and quiet. The problem was I didn't really know what peace and quiet meant until I experienced that week at Pine Ridge. Pine Ridge was a small mountain area in northern Wisconsin. Not many people knew about it, which is exactly why I chose it. I found a little cabin on an online rental site. It looked perfect. It was about a 2-hour drive north of Milwaukee, close enough that I could drive back to the city if I had to, but far enough to feel like I was really getting away. The owner's pictures showed a small wooden cabin, surrounded by thick pine trees, with a tiny porch and a woodpile stacked neatly by the door. It had solar panels on the roof, a wood-burning stove inside, and a propane fridge. There was no cell signal once you got there, which I actually liked. I booked it for a week, telling myself I'd spend my days reading, hiking, and just getting away from everything. What I didn't expect was how quickly that peace would turn into something I couldn't shake. The drive up was peaceful. The sun was bright, and the roads were quiet. When I finally reached the gravel driveway, the cabin looked exactly like in the pictures. Weathered wood, pine needles scattered all around, and the smell of damp earth in the air. I parked my car and unloaded my things. Inside, the cabin was simple. There was a small kitchen area with a few pots and pans, a sink, a small table, and a couple of chairs. The wood stove sat in the corner, and a twin bed with thick blankets was pushed up against one wall. A small bookshelf held a few dusty books, and there was a lantern on the table for light at night. There was no electricity other than the solar panels powering a couple of outlets, so I knew I'd have to rely on that and the lantern. I didn't mind, I wanted the simplicity. The first 2 days were great. I hiked a couple of trails near the cabin, cooked simple meals, and read some of the books left in the cabin. The forest was alive with birdsong and the rustling of small animals. I felt calm in a way I hadn't in years. At night, I'd sit on the porch, sipping hot tea and watching the stars. Without city lights, the sky was filled with millions of stars, brighter than I'd ever seen. But by the third day, things started to feel different. That afternoon, I went for a longer hike. I took one of the marked trails heading west from the cabin. It wound through thick trees, past a small creek, and up a hill that gave a view of the valley below. I stayed on the trail, but when I reached the summit, I decided to rest a bit and take some photos. As I sat on a rock, catching my breath, I noticed something strange. About 100 yards down the trail, something was moving quickly through the trees. At first, I thought it was a deer, but it didn't look like any deer I'd seen before. It was too big, and it moved in a strange way, low and fast, almost like it was trying to stay hidden. I grabbed my phone to zoom in, but there was no signal. The sun was starting to dip behind the trees, and the air grew cooler. I figured it was just a large animal and decided to head back to the cabin. The walk back felt longer. The shadows stretched and deepened, making the forest look darker and more crowded. The rustling in the underbrush was louder now, and I kept glancing over my shoulder. When I got back to the cabin, the sun was nearly gone. I lit the wood stove, fixed a quick dinner, and tried to shake off the uneasy feeling that had crept in. Maybe I was just tired. Maybe it was nothing. That night, I had trouble sleeping. The cabin was quiet except for the occasional crackle from the wood stove and the distant sounds of the forest. I kept hearing noises outside, footsteps crunching on the gravel, the snap of twigs, the faint scrape of something brushing against the cabin walls. Each time I thought I heard something, I would sit up and listen. Sometimes it would stop, other times it would keep going. The fear didn't make sense. This was the woods, after all. Animals were everywhere. But something about the way those noises moved, slow, cautious, deliberate, didn't sit right with me. I stayed awake most of the night, the lantern casting a small circle of light in the dark room. I kept the door locked and the curtains closed. By morning, I was exhausted, but relieved to see daylight again. The next day, I tried to distract myself. I hiked to a nearby lake about a mile from the cabin. The water was cold but clear, and I spent a couple of hours sitting on the rocky shore, skipping stones and watching birds dip and dive over the surface. The peace returned for a while. That evening, as I prepared dinner, I heard something at the edge of the clearing. A branch snapping, then the unmistakable sound of footsteps in the dirt just beyond the tree line. I froze. The door was locked, but I could see through the window a shadow moving behind the trees. I told myself it was probably a hunter or another hiker. Maybe they were camping nearby, but I hadn't seen or heard anyone else since I arrived. I checked the locks on the door and windows twice before bed. I even took out my phone to check the area on the map, hoping to see if any roads or cabins were nearby. The map showed a few logging roads and trails, but nothing marked as inhabited. The sense of being watched stayed with me. That night, the footsteps came again. Closer, clearer, and slower this time. I held my breath, heart pounding. It was right outside the cabin. I sat perfectly still, staring at the window. The shadow stayed there for what felt like forever, then moved away slowly, fading back into the forest. From then on, every night was the same. Footsteps, rustling, scratching at the cabin walls. The feeling that someone or something was watching, waiting. I never heard voices or saw faces, but I knew I wasn't alone. On the 5th day, I decided I had to leave early. I packed my things, stacked the firewood neatly, and cleaned the cabin. The sun was setting when I got into my car. Driving down the gravel road, I saw a figure standing just off the tree line, watching me leave. I couldn't tell if it was a man or a woman, just a dark shape. I didn't stop. Back in the city, I told myself it was over. But I kept thinking about that figure, the footsteps, the feeling of being hunted. I never stayed that long in a cabin again. But Pine Ridge stayed with me. A reminder that sometimes the scariest thing is knowing you are not as alone as you thought. Looking back now, I realized the fear wasn't from ghosts or anything supernatural. It was real people out there in the woods, hunters maybe, or worse, people who didn't want strangers wandering their land. What scared me the most was how quiet and patient they were. No shouting, no chasing, just watching, waiting for me to leave. The woods felt alive, but not with animals. It was alive with eyes, with silence heavy enough to crush you. When I got home, I told the rental company about what happened, hoping they'd warn future renters. They said no one else had complained. I don't know if I was just unlucky or if the company wanted to keep it quiet. I learned something important from that trip. Sometimes, the wilderness isn't just a place for peace and beauty. Sometimes, it's a place where strangers watch you, waiting for you to make a mistake. I still love nature and I still camp now and then, but I'm much more careful about where I go and who might be out there watching. Pine Ridge was a lesson, a harsh one, about respect and caution, about the unseen dangers in places that seem safe. And above all, it was a reminder that sometimes, the scariest stories aren't about monsters or ghosts, but about real people, real fear, and the silent threat waiting just beyond the trees. The drive up to Black Pine Ridge was longer than I thought it would be. The GPS showed only about an hour from the nearest town, but the road was narrow and rough, twisting up through dense forest and steep slopes. Every mile felt slower. My old Jeep rattled over loose gravel, the tires crunching beneath me as I turned sharply around blind curves bordered by thick pine trees. It was early August. The The sun was still high but starting to dip, casting long shadows between the tall evergreens. The air smelled like pine sap and dry earth, a sharp contrast to the stale city air I had been breathing for the past few weeks. I was looking forward to a few days away from the noise, from people, from everything that felt suffocating lately. I had no real plan besides the cabin rental I booked online, a small place someone had built decades ago. It was supposed to be basic but comfortable. I wanted a break from the constant hum of screens and deadlines, just silence, fresh air, and the smell of wood burning in a stove. The last mile before the cabin was a barely marked dirt track leading off the main forest road. I slowed and squinted to find the driveway. A faded wooden sign nailed to a post said, "Black Pine Ridge Cabin." The letters were worn almost away, but I could make them out. The cabin looked smaller than I imagined when I first saw it from the road. Weathered gray wood siding, a steep roof covered in dark shingles, and a narrow porch with a single rocking chair sitting empty. The windows were dirty but reflected the last of the sun. The forest around it was thick, the tall pines closing in on every side like silent watchers. I parked the Jeep on a patch of uneven ground covered with pine needles and leaves. The air felt cooler here. I grabbed my backpack, pulled the cabin keys from my pocket, and walked toward the porch. The boards creaked softly beneath my boots. Inside, the cabin was dim but cozy. The wooden floorboards were rough and uneven. The walls smelled like old wood mixed with faint traces of must and smoke from the last fire. A stone fireplace dominated one wall, blackened from soot. The furniture was simple. A small wooden table, 2 chairs, and a narrow bed with a worn quilt. A shelf held a few canned goods, a rusty kettle, and some cooking utensils. I dropped my bag and opened the windows. The breeze was cool and fresh. Outside, the forest stretched out endlessly, dark green and still. I set up the small propane stove I brought, planning to cook dinner. As the sun slipped away, the cabin grew darker, the shadows lengthening. By the time I finished eating, the sky was deep blue, stars beginning to peek through the thinning canopy above. The silence was absolute. No birds, no insects, nothing but the soft rustling of needles in the wind. I sat by the window watching the trees sway. It was peaceful but also a little unsettling, the kind of quiet that feels too complete. I pulled out a notebook and started writing, trying to capture the strange mix of calm and unease I was feeling. Later, I lit a fire in the fireplace. The warm orange glow filled the room, chasing away the darkness. I stacked wood carefully by the hearth, making sure the fire wouldn't die overnight. The crackling sound was comforting. Sleep came slowly. I lay on the bed, listening to the forest breathing outside. The trees creaked as the wind moved through their branches, shadows dancing on the walls. I told myself I was safe, just a cabin in the woods, nothing more. The next morning, I woke early to sunlight streaming through the window. The fire had died down to cold ashes. I brewed coffee on the propane stove and stepped outside to stretch. The forest looked different in daylight. The trees towered over the cabin, their bark rough and dark. Pine needles carpeted the ground, broken only by animal tracks. Deer, maybe, or something smaller. A few birds sang faintly somewhere deep in the trees. I spent the day hiking a nearby trail. The path was narrow, winding uphill through thick brush and boulders. I took my time, careful to watch my footing. The air was cooler higher up, and the view opened out over the valley below, green and peaceful. Still, something niggled at the back of my mind, a feeling I couldn't quite place, as if something was watching. Not a person, not an animal, but some presence. I told myself it was just nerves, or maybe the isolation getting to me. Back at the cabin, the evening came quickly. I cooked another simple meal and sat by the fire again. The shadows seemed deeper now, moving oddly with the flames. I checked my phone. No signal. That was expected, but it added to the loneliness. On the third day, things started to feel off. I woke to a strange noise outside the cabin. It was faint, but definitely there. Something scratching or scraping near the porch. I froze, listening. The sun hadn't risen yet. The forest was still dark and quiet except for that noise. I grabbed a flashlight and peered outside. Nothing. No footprints in the dirt, no broken branches. Still, the feeling of being watched was stronger now. I decided to stay inside most of the day, except for short trips for water from the nearby stream. That night, the noises came again. This time, louder and closer. Something was moving outside, pacing near the cabin. My heart pounded. I kept the fire going all night, listening to every sound. At one point, I thought I saw a shadow moving past the window. I stayed frozen, barely breathing, until the shape disappeared. I told myself it was probably an animal, a raccoon or a stray dog, but the scratching and pacing felt deliberate, like someone testing the cabin's defenses. The fourth day, I tried to leave early. I packed my things quickly, eager to get back to town. But as I drove down the dirt road, my Jeep got stuck in a patch of soft mud. I tried to free it, but the tires just spun uselessly. I was miles from help. The sun was low and the air chilled. I decided to walk back to the cabin and try again in the morning. Back inside, I double-checked the locks and barricaded the door with a heavy chair. The feeling of being watched was unbearable now. Every creak of the wood, every snap of a twig outside, made me jump. I stayed awake most of the night, clutching a flashlight and listening. On the fifth day, I saw tracks around the cabin that hadn't been there before. Large footprints, like boots, circling the cabin's perimeter. They were too big to be any animal I knew. I scoured the surrounding area carefully but found no signs of people. The forest was silent except for my footsteps. I realized I wasn't alone, though. Someone had been watching me for days. Someone had followed me here. On the last night, the tension exploded. The pacing outside grew frantic, with heavy thuds against the walls. I heard scratching, banging, something trying to get in. I held the flashlight steady, shining it out the window. I caught a glimpse of movement, a dark figure retreating into the trees. I packed my things hurriedly, ready to leave at first light. Sleep was impossible. I sat by the fire, waiting for dawn. Morning came pale and gray. I left the cabin with every nerve on edge, but when I reached my Jeep, the mud was dry. The tires turned easily, and I drove down the dirt road without a problem. I didn't look back. The forest swallowed the cabin behind me. The drive home was quiet. The city felt overwhelming after the stillness of the woods, but it was also safe. I never went back to Black Pine Ridge. The cabin rental was taken off the listing soon after. No explanation. I still don't know who was out there in the forest with me or what they wanted, but I know I never want to find out. I had been planning this trip for months. After a year full of stressful work and city noise, I just needed to get away somewhere quiet, somewhere isolated, where no one could find me. My job was demanding, my days filled with endless emails and meetings, and my nights were often restless. I thought a solo weekend in the woods would help me reset. I found a small cabin for rent deep in the hills of northern Vermont, near a place called Cedar Ridge. The photos showed a simple wooden cabin, a small porch, and tall pines all around. No cell signal, no internet, exactly what I wanted. It was late September, early fall, and the air had that sharp, crisp feeling you get right before the leaves change color fully. I packed carefully: warm clothes, canned food, a flashlight, a first aid kit, water, and some books. I drove 5 hours from my apartment in Boston, through winding roads and sleepy towns, until I reached the last dirt road leading to the cabin. The GPS stopped working an hour before, so I relied on the printed map the owner sent me. When I arrived just before sunset, the sky was streaked with pinks and purples. The cabin sat alone in a clearing surrounded by dense woods. The smell of pine and earth was strong. I parked near the porch and stepped out, feeling a strange mix of excitement and unease. The place looked untouched, clean, but the silence was heavy. No birds, no bugs, no distant sounds of animals. Just silence. The door creaked as I pushed it open. Inside, the cabin was small but cozy, with a wood stove, a fold-out couch, a small table with 2 chairs, and shelves lined with old books and jars of spices. There was no electricity, just a few candles and a lantern on the shelf. The floorboards groaned under my feet. I set down my bags and lit the wood stove. The fire quickly warmed the room, and the faint smell of smoke mixed with the pine outside. After unpacking, I sat on the porch with a cup of coffee, watching the sun dip below the trees. The woods looked endless, shadows stretching long and dark. The wind whispered through the branches, making the pine needles rustle like soft whispers. For a moment, I felt peaceful, disconnected from the chaos of the city. But as darkness fully settled, a different feeling crept in. The silence inside my chest grew heavy. I told myself it was normal, being alone somewhere new, no phone, no people. But still, I kept glancing around, half expecting to see movement just beyond the tree line. I went inside, locked the door, and checked the windows. They all shut tight with old metal latches that felt sturdy enough. I wasn't scared exactly, but I felt alert. Something about the deep, thick woods outside made the quiet louder, almost unnatural. I turned on my flashlight and walked around the cabin, checking every corner, every window, making sure nothing was out of place. Later, I prepared a simple dinner of canned beans and crackers, eating slowly while staring at the flames in the stove. Outside, the wind picked up, rattling the porch roof. I heard a snap from the woods, like a branch breaking, and froze. I told myself it was just an animal or the wind. Still, I kept my knife on the table just in case. I decided to go to bed early. The small mattress in the back room wasn't comfortable, but I was too tired to care. I laid down with my flashlight and phone close by, even though I knew the signal was dead. As I stared at the ceiling, my mind started wandering. What if someone had seen my car? What if someone was watching the cabin? I shook my head, trying to push the thoughts away. Sleep came slowly, and when it did, it was restless. I woke several times in the night, hearing strange noises outside, footsteps on dry leaves, a soft scraping sound near the window, even once a low murmur that I couldn't place. Every time I opened my eyes, I strained to listen, but all I could hear was the wind. I wondered if I was imagining things. The next morning, I decided to explore the area. The owner's map showed an old hiking trail that looped through the forest and connected to a small creek about a mile away. I packed a small backpack with water, a map, a pocket knife, and my camera. The sun was bright, but the air was cool. As I walked down the trail, the forest was alive with color, reds, oranges, and yellows of early fall. The crunch of leaves underfoot was satisfying. About halfway to the creek, I found a small clearing with a weathered bench and what looked like a broken signpost. The sign was too faded to read. I stopped and looked around. The woods felt dense here, thick with underbrush and fallen branches. The silence was different, less heavy, but still there. I snapped a few photos, then continued toward the creek. When I reached the water, the creek was shallow and clear, the sound of flowing water peaceful. I took off my shoes and dipped my feet in, enjoying the cold splash. But as I looked upstream, I noticed something odd. There were footprints in the mud along the bank. They looked fresh, as if someone had walked here recently. The prints were large and deep, and they headed away from the creek into the thicker woods. I felt a sudden chill. I wasn't supposed to see anyone out here. The cabin was far off the main roads, and the area was mostly used by people during the day. It was late morning, and I hadn't heard any voices or seen any other cars. Why would someone be out here now? My heart quickened. I took a few photos of the footprints and hurried back to the cabin. Back at the cabin, I locked the door behind me and checked the windows again. The unease settled heavier. I sat by the stove and tried to calm myself with a book, but my eyes kept drifting to the windows. I thought about calling someone, but no signal. I thought about driving away, but the dirt road was narrow and winding, and it was getting late. That night, I barely slept. I was too alert, too tense. I heard the same noises: footsteps, branches snapping, sometimes a rustle of leaves close to the cabin. Once, I thought I saw a shadow move past the window, but when I shone my flashlight, nothing was there. I kept the knife close and the door locked tight. The next day, I was determined to leave early. I packed my things quickly and had a simple breakfast. Before leaving, I decided to check around the cabin one last time. As I circled the clearing, I noticed fresh footprints in the soft soil near the porch. They were large, similar to the ones I saw by the creek. The prints went around the cabin, as if someone had walked all the way around it. Panic rose in my chest. I didn't hear or see anyone, but someone had definitely been close, maybe watching. I snapped photos again, then rushed back inside. I grabbed my keys and unlocked the door. As I drove back down the dirt road, my eyes flicked to the woods constantly. The sun was rising, casting long shadows between the trees. I saw nothing, but I felt like something was following me, watching. The road seemed endless, twisting and turning through the hills, and every noise from the woods made me tense. When I finally reached the paved road, I pulled over and called my sister. I told her I'd be home late but safe. She sounded worried. I told her not to worry, but inside, I was shaking. I didn't stop thinking about the footprints. Who had been there? Why? There was no logical explanation, no reason for anyone to come all this way just to follow me. The area was remote with little traffic. Yet someone had been watching, waiting. That night, back home in my apartment, I tried to sleep, but my mind replayed everything. The silence, the footprints, the noises outside the cabin. I realized how vulnerable I had been, how easy it could have been for someone to sneak up, to trap me. The woods were no longer peaceful to me. They were a reminder of something unseen but real. The cabin trip was supposed to be a break, a chance to clear my mind. Instead, it left me with a fear I hadn't expected. Not fear of ghosts or monsters, but fear of people. People who watch from the shadows, who leave no trace but footprints, who can make a remote place feel like a trap. Looking back, I'm grateful nothing worse happened. I learned to trust my instincts more. I learned that being alone in the wild is not just about nature, but about the risks of being isolated. And sometimes the scariest thing isn't what you see, but what you don't. I've always liked the quiet places, the kind of places where there's nothing but trees, the sky, and the sound of wind brushing through leaves. For years, I spent most of my free time outside the city, away from the noise and the lights. There's something about being alone in nature that feels honest and real. When I got the chance to rent a small cabin for a week, deep in the woods of northern Maine, I didn't hesitate. It was 2019, and I was 32 years old. The cabin was on a dirt road that few people knew about, just a single lane cut through a dense forest. It wasn't marked on any maps I had. The owner had given me simple directions. Turn left at the old pine tree, follow the creek, and then look for a rusty gate. It sounded straightforward enough. I packed my car with the usual gear: food, water, warm clothes, my old camping stove, and a first aid kit. I was careful to bring extra batteries for my flashlight and a fully charged phone, though I wasn't sure I'd get any signal out there. The drive was long but peaceful. The closer I got to the cabin, the narrower the road became. Eventually, the dirt gave way to a rutted path surrounded by towering pines and birches. The air smelled of pine needles and earth, fresh and clean. At one point, I saw the pine tree the owner mentioned. It was huge, with bark thick and rough, standing alone at a fork in the road. I took the left, following the sound of a nearby creek that bubbled faintly under the leaves. Soon after, I spotted the rusty gate, an old metal frame with paint mostly chipped off. Beyond it, a narrow path twisted between thick trees. My car barely fit, and the tires crunched over loose stones. I had to be slow and careful. Eventually, I pulled up to the cabin. It was a small, weathered wooden structure that looked like it had stood there for decades. The roof was shingled, but moss had begun growing along the edges. The windows were dusty, and the porch creaked under my steps. The whole place had a smell of damp wood and earth mixed with the faint scent of old smoke. Inside, the cabin was simple but cozy. A small wood stove stood in the corner, a table with 2 chairs near the window, and a bed against the far wall. There was no electricity, just a few lanterns and a candle holder on the table. I liked it, felt honest and real. The first day was easy. I unpacked, took a long walk down the trail that ran behind the cabin, and sat by the creek with a book. The forest was silent but alive. The only sounds the occasional bird call or the rustle of squirrels in the underbrush. That night, I built a fire in the stove and cooked a simple meal of canned chili warmed in a pot. The warmth from the fire pushed back the cold that had started to seep in as the sun went down. Outside, the woods were black, a heavy darkness that pressed against the windows. I lay in bed reading by the flickering lantern light until I grew tired. The silence was deep, almost thick. I felt safe, though, wrapped in my warm sleeping bag. It was exactly the kind of peace I'd come for. The next day was different. I woke early to birdsong and stretched by the window, looking out at the fog that had rolled in overnight. The mist clung low to the ground, curling around tree trunks like ghostly fingers. I had planned to hike farther that day, but the fog made it feel like the forest was holding its breath. I made coffee on the stove and ate some trail mix. Then I set out, walking down the main trail that followed the creek. The ground was soft and damp, and the air smelled of wet leaves and moss. I followed the path slowly, careful of the rocks and roots beneath my feet. The deeper I went, the quieter it became. The birds had stopped singing, and even the wind seemed to have died down. It was just me, the trees, and the fog. At some point, I realized I hadn't seen any markers or signs for a while. The trail wasn't as clear as I thought. The creek had narrowed and twisted away from the path I was on. I stopped and looked around, trying to find any sign of the way back. I walked back a few steps, but the trees all looked the same. The fog made it hard to see far. My stomach tightened. I had a map, but it was basic and only showed major roads and landmarks. The trail wasn't marked on it. I kept walking, hoping to find the path again, but the more I walked, the less sure I was where I was. The forest felt endless, all towering trees and tangled undergrowth. A sudden chill went down my spine. I tried to shake it off, telling myself I wasn't lost. I had been in the woods before. I knew how to find my way, but the silence and fog made my skin crawl. I stopped and sat on a fallen log to rest. My heart was beating fast. I tried to think clearly. I remembered the creek. Water flows downhill, and if I could find it again, I could follow it back to the cabin. I stood up and scanned the ground, looking for signs of the creek. Wet earth, mossy stones. After a few minutes, I found it. A narrow stream, barely more than a trickle, winding through the trees. I followed it slowly, keeping my eyes on the ground and listening for sounds. Hours passed. The fog had thickened, and the sun was low now, casting a dim light that barely reached the forest floor. The trees stretched tall, casting long shadows. The air had grown colder, and my clothes were damp from the moisture. The creek seemed to lead nowhere. At times it disappeared under a blanket of leaves and moss, forcing me to scramble over rocks and roots. My boots were soaked and heavy. My legs ached, and my mouth was dry. I pulled out my water bottle, but it was nearly empty. I hadn't thought to bring more. My phone was dead, no signal, no way to call for help. The forest began to feel different. The trees weren't just trees anymore. They felt like silent watchers, standing still and waiting. Every crack of a branch or rustle of leaves made me jump. My mind was racing, imagining all sorts of things that might be out there. I told myself to stop, to stay calm, but it was hard. I decided to keep moving until I found something familiar. Night fell fast. The fog didn't lift, but instead seemed to grow heavier, wrapping around me like a wet blanket. My flashlight was in my pack, but the batteries were dying. I switched it on, casting a weak beam into the thick gray mist. I stumbled over roots and rocks, my hands shaking. My breath came out in short puffs. The forest was no longer peaceful. It felt like a trap. Suddenly, I heard something. A noise, soft at first. A faint crunch of leaves, like someone walking. I froze, heart pounding. The sound wasn't steady. Came and went, sometimes close, sometimes far. I didn't see anything, but I could feel eyes watching me. Panic started to take over. I remembered the stories you hear about people getting lost and never found, or worse. I wasn't a superstitious person, but I knew how wild animals could be. Maybe a bear or a wolf was nearby. I tried to stay quiet, moving slowly toward where I thought the cabin was. Then I saw it. A light, a faint orange glow through the trees. I hurried toward it, tripping over a root and falling hard on my knee. Pain shot through my leg, but I didn't stop. The light grew brighter. It was a fire burning in a stone ring. I found the cabin. The door was slightly open, swinging on creaky hinges. I pushed it and went inside. Inside, the cabin was cold and dark. The fire in the stove was out, and the air smelled stale. I locked the door behind me, slid down against the wall, and breathed deeply. I pulled out my emergency blanket from my pack and wrapped it around me. My knee throbbed, but I was safe. I found a box of matches and lit the stove again. The warm glow pushed back the dark corners of the room. I sat on the floor, staring at the door. I realized I'd been gone for hours, maybe all day. That night, I didn't sleep much. Every sound outside made me jump. The wind howled through the trees, and branches scraped against the walls. I checked my supplies. Food was low. Water was almost gone. I told myself I would leave at first light, find the road, and head back to town. Morning came cold and gray. I ate a small breakfast, packed my things, and opened the door. The forest looked less scary in daylight. I followed the dirt path I thought was the right one. The ground was soft from overnight rain. After an hour of walking, I reached the rusty gate. Relief flooded me. I was close. Driving the car back to the main road, I felt shaken but alive. Looking back, I know what happened. I got turned around in the fog. The forest all looked the same, and I wasn't prepared for the weather. I learned a hard lesson about respect for nature and humility. The woods are beautiful but unforgiving. They don't care about your plans or your fears. You have to be ready for anything, stay calm, and always know where you are. I never returned to that cabin. I don't need to. I have the memory of that lost day to remind me how fragile safety is when you're alone in the wild. My name is Ethan Miller. I was 29 years old when I spent that week at the cabin on Bear Ridge in northern Vermont. It was the summer of 2019. I'd been working in a busy city hospital as an emergency room technician, and after a grueling year of nonstop shifts and stress, I desperately needed a break. The quiet of the woods and a remote cabin seemed like the perfect way to escape everything for a while. I booked the cabin through a rental website, a small, rustic place nestled deep in the forest, miles from the nearest town. The whole trip was supposed to be simple. No internet, no cell signal, just me, the forest, and a week of peace. The cabin was old but sturdy, made of logs with a stone chimney, a little porch, and large windows overlooking a clearing. It sat on a slope with thick woods all around. The rental owner promised privacy and no neighbors nearby. When I arrived, the air was fresh and cool, filled with the scent of pine and damp earth. The road to the cabin was rough, a narrow dirt track winding through thick trees, so I drove slowly, my car kicking up dust. As I pulled up, the cabin looked smaller than I expected, but it was cozy. The porch had a woodpile stacked neatly, and a simple wooden bench sat beside the door. I unpacked my bags, bringing in canned food, water, a camping stove, and a few books. The cabin had no electricity, just a propane heater and an old oil lamp. I was ready for the quiet, the solitude. That first night, I lit the lamp, ate some canned beans warmed on the stove, and sat in a creaky wooden chair by the window, watching the stars blink into the sky. The woods were alive with sounds. Crickets chirping, leaves rustling in the soft breeze, distant calls of owls. It was peaceful, almost too quiet after the city noise I was used to. I fell asleep to the rhythmic sounds of the forest, comforted by the isolation. The next morning, I woke early to a pale light filtering through the trees. I boiled water on the stove, brewed some instant coffee, and stepped outside onto the porch. The air was crisp, the sun just peeking above the treetops. I could see my breath even though it was mid-June. The elevation made mornings chilly. I spent that day exploring the area. The forest was thick with tall pines and hardwoods, the ground covered with moss and fallen leaves. I found a small path leading downhill to a clear, cold stream. I sat by the water for a long time, dipping my fingers in and watching small fish dart between rocks. By evening, I was back at the cabin. I started a fire in the stone fireplace. The crackling flames cast dancing shadows on the log walls. I ate another simple meal, feeling the weight of the week ahead settle in. The days passed slowly. I read books, hiked a bit, and enjoyed the solitude. But after the third day, I began to notice strange things. First, it was small. I would put my food on the kitchen table, go outside for a while, and when I came back, the cans had shifted slightly. I told myself it was the wind, or maybe I bumped the table without noticing. But then the noises started. Not the normal forest sounds, but something different. At night, just outside the window, I heard soft thumps, like something heavy moving slowly through the underbrush. Once, I thought I saw a shadow past the window, but when I looked outside, nothing was there. I told myself it was my mind playing tricks in the dark. One afternoon, while walking a little farther from the cabin than before, I found a narrow trail leading deeper into the forest. It wasn't marked on any map I had, and it looked old and unused. Curiosity pushed me to follow it for a few minutes. The path was overgrown, with branches scraping my arms, and the smell of damp earth was strong. Suddenly, I saw something that made me stop. A crudely made wooden trap lying half buried in leaves, with a bent metal spring and rusted nails. My heart raced. This wasn't a trap for animals. It was made in a way that could hurt a person badly. I looked around nervously but saw no signs of anyone else. I hurried back to the cabin, feeling a new kind of unease. That night, I kept the doors locked, and I pushed the heavy wooden bar across the inside. The sounds outside were louder, footsteps crunching leaves, branches snapping. At one point, I saw a flash of movement through the window. I stared at it until it vanished into the darkness. Sleep didn't come easily. I kept thinking about the trap and the noises. Was someone else out here? Someone watching me? The thought chilled me deeper than the cold night air. The next morning, I found fresh footprints around the cabin, boot prints in the soft dirt, too large to be from any animal. They circled the cabin, sometimes close to the windows, then disappeared into the forest. I didn't want to believe it. Maybe they belonged to a hiker or someone working in the woods nearby. But the cabin was supposed to be remote, and no one had mentioned anyone else around. I tried calling the rental owner from my cell phone, hoping for reassurance or maybe asking to leave early. The call didn't go through. No signal. I was completely cut off. I spent the day making a plan. I packed my gear just in case, moved the car closer to the cabin for a quick escape, and started taking mental notes of every noise, every movement outside. That evening was the worst. Around dusk, the noises started again, louder this time. Footsteps crunched on the path, circling the cabin, slow and steady. I could hear breathing, heavy and ragged. At one point, something pounded on the door, hard enough to make the cabin shake. I froze, heart pounding, hands shaking. I wanted to call for help, but no phone, no neighbors. I stayed awake all night, flashlight in hand, waiting, watching the windows. The pounding came again, then footsteps retreated, leaving only silence and the echo of my own breath. Morning felt like a small victory. I debated leaving right away. I could try to drive back on the rough road, even if it meant risking getting stuck or damaging the car. But something kept me there. Maybe stubbornness, maybe a need to prove I could face it. The next few days were a nightmare. The presence was constant. Footsteps at all hours, broken branches near the cabin, strange marks scratched into the wood near the door. One morning, I found a dead animal hanging from a tree near the cabin. A raccoon, its body left as a warning. I took it down quickly and buried it, but the message was clear. I slept poorly, jumpy, always alert. I checked the locks, barricaded the doors with whatever I could find, and kept a hunting knife close. I didn't trust the cabin's old propane heater, so I used a small camping stove inside, but only sparingly. I began rationing my food, knowing the situation might force me to leave in the dark or worse. I kept a map and compass handy and memorized the route back to the main road. The tension was suffocating. I felt watched, hunted, and completely alone. On the fifth day, I woke to find the cabin door slightly open. I was sure I had locked it the night before. Panic surged through me. I grabbed the knife, looked for signs of entry. Nothing was stolen, but the lock was tampered with. I spent hours barricading the door again, this time adding heavy furniture to block it from the inside. That afternoon, I heard voices, low, muffled, outside the cabin from more than one person. They didn't call out, just talked in whispers. I stayed silent, heart hammering, barely breathing. I didn't know what to do. The people could be hunters, campers, or worse. That night, I slept with the knife in my hand, ready. On the 6th day, I decided to take a risk. I waited until mid-morning, then quietly left the cabin with my pack. I stuck to the trees, staying out of view, and moved quickly along the main dirt road leading back toward the town. The sun was high, and the forest was bright, but I was scared. I kept looking behind me, expecting to see someone following. After nearly 2 hours, I saw a car parked near the trailhead. Relief washed over me like a wave. I ran to it, waving my arms. The driver was a middle-aged man who looked surprised but helped me get a phone signal in a clearing. I called the local sheriff's office and told them what had happened. A few hours later, deputies came to the cabin. They found evidence of people staying nearby, fire pits, garbage, and homemade traps like the one I saw. They told me the area was known for illegal hunting and trespassing, sometimes by groups who intimidated others to keep the land to themselves. The officers stayed with me until I could arrange a safe ride back to town. That week changed me. The peaceful cabin getaway turned into a nightmare of fear and survival. I learned how vulnerable you can be alone in the wilderness, how quickly safety can vanish. But I also learned the value of preparation, caution, and trusting your instincts. I never went back to Bear Ridge. I still remember the sound of footsteps in the dark, the feeling of being watched, and the pounding on the door. But I survived, and that was enough. It was the fall of 2017 when I decided to get away from everything. I was 32 back then, living alone in southern Missouri, working long hours in a logistics warehouse. The job paid well enough, but it was draining in every way. Every day felt like a copy of the last. Wake up before the sun, work 10 or 11 hours, come home too tired to do anything meaningful, then repeat. I needed a break. I found a remote cabin listed online, up in the Mark Twain National Forest. It was small, just a single bedroom and a wood-burning stove, but that was all I needed. It was secluded, miles from the nearest town, and the perfect place to reset my brain. I booked it for a full week in early October. The drive there was long. The roads narrowed the closer I got. Eventually, they turned to dirt, winding deep into the trees. The air smelled different, earthy, crisp, like wet leaves and bark. It reminded me of camping trips when I was a kid. I remember my GPS giving up before I even reached the last turn. I had to rely on printed directions from the rental site. When I finally pulled up, the sun was low and orange behind the trees. The cabin sat in a clearing, surrounded by thick woods. It looked like no one had used it in a while. The wooden steps creaked under my boots as I stepped onto the porch. The front door opened with a little effort, the hinges stiff. Inside, it smelled like old wood and dust. Everything was simple. A twin bed with a heavy quilt, a small table with 2 chairs, a tiny kitchenette, and a cast iron stove with a pile of chopped wood beside it. I didn't have a signal, but I expected that. I had brought books, a notepad, my camera, and enough food and water for the week. That first night, I sat outside on the porch with a blanket around my shoulders, listening to the forest. It was quiet, but not silent. I heard owls, something rustling through the leaves, and the distant sound of a creek. I felt calm. The next morning, I woke up early. I made coffee on the little propane stove and ate a granola bar. Then I grabbed my backpack and went hiking. There were no trails marked, but I followed what looked like an old game trail. The forest was dense. Shafts of sunlight broke through the leaves. I wandered for hours, snapping pictures of mushrooms, mossy logs, and birds I didn't recognize. That afternoon, I came back to the cabin and took a long nap. When I woke up, the sun was already going down. I made a simple dinner, canned soup and crackers, and read for a few hours before going to bed. That night, something woke me. It was the sound of twigs snapping outside. It wasn't loud, but it was enough. I laid there, still and listening. Came again, crack, then silence. I sat up slowly and looked at the window. The glass reflected the inside of the room, but beyond that, I saw only darkness. I didn't go outside. I stayed in bed, tense, until I eventually fell asleep. The next day, I explored a new direction. I tried to find the creek I'd heard. After a couple hours, I found it. It was narrow, maybe 5 feet across, and the water ran fast over rocks. I followed it for a while, took some more photos, and eventually turned back. But heading back, I got confused. I couldn't find the same path. Everything looked different. I tried retracing my steps, but the forest didn't cooperate. I kept thinking I recognized a tree or a rock, but then the next turn didn't match. I didn't panic, not at first. I had plenty of daylight left, and I knew the general direction I had come from. But an hour later, I was still walking, and things didn't feel familiar. Eventually, I found a clearing. Not the same one where the cabin was, but it looked man-made. There were a few broken logs in a circle, like a fire pit that hadn't been used in years. I sat down, drank some water, and tried to get my bearings. I didn't want to keep walking in the wrong direction. I stayed put for a while, then tried heading west, figuring I'd hit a road eventually. After another hour, I finally saw the roof of the cabin through the trees. Relief hit me like a wave. I hadn't been as far off as I thought. That night, I built a small fire outside and sat close to it. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone out there. I hadn't seen anyone, not a single sign of people, but I kept thinking about those broken logs in a circle, the twigs snapping outside the cabin, and the way I'd gotten turned around so easily. The next morning, I noticed something odd. Near the edge of the clearing, about 10 feet into the woods, there was a spot where the leaves had been disturbed. It looked like something had been dragged. I walked over and saw faint impressions in the dirt, like footprints, but not quite. They were long, almost like shoe prints, but the spacing was strange, too long between steps. I told myself it was probably just a deer. Still, I stayed close to the cabin that day. I cleaned up a bit, sorted through photos, and wrote in my notebook. I didn't go hiking. That night, I kept the lantern on for a while longer. I brought the hatchet from the woodpile inside and set it next to the bed. I felt ridiculous, but I did it anyway. In the middle of the night, I heard it again. This time, it wasn't twigs. It was something brushing against the side of the cabin. A slow scraping sound, like something dragging across the wood. Then silence. I held my breath. The wind had picked up a little, but it didn't feel like wind. It felt deliberate. Morning came and I checked around the cabin. I saw marks in the dirt again, leading toward the trees. The same long, oddly spaced prints. I decided I wouldn't stay the full week. I packed everything that morning and loaded my car, but the car wouldn't start. I tried the key again, but the engine wouldn't turn over. The battery was dead. I popped the hood, checked the terminals, nothing looked wrong. I hadn't left the lights on. I always double-checked that kind of thing. Now I was stuck. I still had food, water, and plenty of firewood, but the idea of spending another night there didn't sit well. I thought about walking to the nearest town, but that would take hours, maybe the whole day, and I wasn't sure which direction to even go anymore. I tried the car again that afternoon. Still nothing. I opened a can of soup but didn't eat much. That night, I stayed inside with the hatchet. I kept the lantern on until it started to flicker. Around midnight, I heard something outside again. This time, it was clear it was footsteps. Slow, deliberate footsteps moving around the cabin. I froze. They stopped at the front door. Then I heard the wooden step creak. Nothing else happened. I sat there for what felt like hours, not moving, barely breathing. I didn't sleep. When the sun came up, I went outside. No one was there, but there were more of those strange tracks in the dirt. This time, closer, right up to the porch. I knew I couldn't wait around. I packed a small bag with food, water, and my map, and I started walking. I picked the same road I had driven in on and followed it. It was slow going. The road wasn't well maintained, and it was mostly uphill. I walked for hours. Finally, in the late afternoon, I heard a truck. I waved it down like a lunatic. The guy stopped, looked me over, and offered me a ride into town. I didn't explain much, just that my car had died and I needed help. He dropped me off at a gas station where I called a tow truck. The driver went back with me to the cabin the next day. When we got there, my car started up just fine. No issues. He gave me a look, like maybe I had imagined it. I didn't say anything. I drove straight home. I didn't even stay the last few days I'd booked. I couldn't stop thinking about those footprints, about the sounds at night, about the sense that someone had been watching me. I never found out what really happened out there. Maybe it was just an animal. Maybe someone was living off the grid, watching the place. Maybe I just got in my own head. But I haven't gone back into the woods alone since, and I probably never will. It was late October of 2016 when I decided to take a week off and head out to a remote cabin in western Montana. I had just turned 32, and after working back-to-back shifts as a tow truck driver in Billings for years, I needed a break. No friends, no phone, no city noise. Just me, some books, my fishing gear, and the quiet. I rented a small log cabin that was about 18 miles off the main road, near a barely marked forest trail. The listing said it had running water, a wood-burning stove, and a generator for lights. It was deep in the forest, surrounded by thick trees and not another person for miles. The idea of total solitude appealed to me more than anything. I packed up my old F-150 with a week's worth of food, a couple jugs of clean water just in case, and a cooler full of meat, eggs, and milk. The weather had started dipping into the 40s at night, so I brought extra blankets and a new pair of boots I'd been saving. The drive from Billings took nearly 5 hours, including the last hour that I spent bouncing over a rocky trail that barely qualified as a road. There were no signs out there, no fences, no markers, just forest. When I pulled up to the cabin, it looked even better than the pictures. The log siding was weathered but solid. There was a small porch with 2 worn rocking chairs and an old axe leaning against the wall near a pile of split wood. The air smelled clean, like pine and coal dirt. I unlocked the door, stepped inside, and was hit with the scent of wood smoke and old varnish. It felt like the kind of place someone might retire to and never come back from. Inside, it was simple. One big room with a bed in the corner, a small table with 2 chairs, a cast iron stove against the far wall, and a single bookshelf stocked with some old westerns and fly fishing guides. The bathroom was an outhouse about 50 feet behind the cabin, and there was a hand pump near the back for water. The first couple days were quiet. I spent my mornings fishing at a nearby creek that wound through the woods. I never caught much, just a few little trout, but I didn't care. I'd pack a sandwich, sit on a rock, and let the cold water numb my feet while I watched birds hop from tree to tree. At night, I'd light the stove, cook something simple, and read until I couldn't keep my eyes open. I hadn't slept that good in years, but by the 3rd night, something started to feel off. It started with little things. I woke up around midnight and felt like I'd heard a door creak. I figured maybe the wind had pushed it, but the door was latched. I heard a crack outside like a branch breaking, but when I stepped out with a flashlight, I didn't see anything. Just dark trees and the low hum of the wind through the pine needles. The next morning, I found boot prints behind the cabin. Not mine. Mine were bigger, and I always walked heavy with my toes pointed out a bit. These prints were smaller and narrow with a deeper heel. They circled the cabin once and disappeared into the woods. I didn't like it. I checked my truck, made sure nothing was missing, and kept my hunting knife on me for the rest of the day. I tried to tell myself maybe it was a forest ranger or a hunter who'd gotten turned around, but the prints were fresh, and there hadn't been any sign of anyone else. That night, I stacked a few pots and pans by the door. If someone came in, I'd hear it. I kept my flashlight and knife on the little nightstand by the bed. I left one of the generator lights on too, just enough to see the door. I lay awake for hours, staring at the shadows on the ceiling. Around 2 in the morning, I heard the faint sound of gravel crunching. Not a deer, not a bear. Slow, deliberate steps, one after the other. I held my breath, sat up, and grabbed the flashlight. The sound stopped. I waited a full minute before flicking the light on and sweeping it across the room. Nothing. I moved to the window and pulled the curtain back. There was no one there. I opened the door slowly, heart pounding, and stepped onto the porch. The cold air slapped me in the face. I didn't see anything in the moonlight, no movement. But when I stepped off the porch, I saw it. A single footprint in the soft dirt, fresh. Then another. They led around the side of the cabin, out of view. I didn't follow them. I went back inside, locked the door, and pushed the table against it. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. By morning, I had made up my mind to leave. I packed what I could quickly, tossed everything in the truck, and turned the key. The engine sputtered, then died. I tried again. Nothing. I popped the hood and stared down, not really knowing what I was looking for. The battery cables looked fine. The fuel line was still on. But something was wrong. It wasn't starting. I was stuck. I decided I'd walk back toward the main road and try to flag someone down. I grabbed my backpack, loaded it with some food, water, a blanket, and a flare gun I kept under the seat. I left a note inside the cabin with the date and time I left, just in case. The trail was quiet, too quiet, not even birds, just the sound of my boots crunching on the gravel and the occasional snap of a twig. I kept checking behind me every few minutes. I didn't see anyone, but I couldn't shake the feeling I was being followed. About 3 miles in, I stopped to rest on a rock. My legs were shaking. I opened a granola bar and took a few sips of water. That's when I noticed it. A set of prints behind me. Again, not mine. They had followed mine exactly, step for step, as if someone had walked right behind me and matched every pace. They were fresh, the edges still crisp. I stood up fast, heart racing. I looked around. Nothing, no movement, but I wasn't alone. I started walking faster, then jogging. I kept glancing over my shoulder, but the woods were thick, and the trail twisted too much. I didn't stop again. After another hour, I spotted something in the distance. An old hunting shack. It was small, leaning slightly to one side with a rusted metal roof. I ran up to it and tried the door. Creaked open. Inside, it smelled like mildew and old oil. There was a broken cot, some empty cans, and a cracked lantern. I shut the door behind me and waited, trying to slow my breathing. I didn't hear anything at first. Then a branch snapped outside. Then another. I raised the flare gun and aimed it at the door. More footsteps. Closer. Then silence. I waited. Minutes passed. Then an hour. The light through the cracks in the wall started to fade. Eventually, I opened the door just a crack. No one was there. I ran. I didn't stop until I hit the gravel road. It was nearly dark. I walked another mile before I saw headlights. A truck. I waved like a madman, and the guy pulled over. He was a rancher heading back to his property. I told him my truck had broken down and I needed a ride back into town. I didn't say anything about the footprints or the cabin. He dropped me off at a small gas station about 30 miles away. I called a tow truck, and by the next day, I was back home. Later that week, I got a call from the cabin's owner. He said he went up there to check it out and found my truck with the hood ripped open and wires cut. He asked if I had done it. I said no. He paused, then said he'd had trouble before. A man who used to live in the woods nearby, not right in the head. He used to watch the cabin, sometimes worse. The police looked into it but never found anyone. I never went back. I sold the truck. I moved to a new apartment closer to town. I don't camp alone anymore, and I still check over my shoulder whenever I hear footsteps behind me. It was the fall of 2018, and I was 37 years old when I decided to take a solo trip to a remote cabin in northern Vermont. I'd been working nonstop for years in a small auto body shop outside of Buffalo, and between customers, paperwork, and managing 2 employees, I'd hit a wall. The constant ringing of phones and fluorescent lights were starting to get to me. My doctor called it burnout. I just called it being tired of everything. A week away from all of it seemed like the best thing I could do for myself. I found a listing online for a small off-grid cabin about 20 miles from the nearest town, right on the edge of a stretch of forest that ran all the way up to the Canadian border. The place looked simple, with stove, a generator, no cell signal, and water from a hand pump. There were some photos that showed a little porch with 2 wooden chairs, and inside, a single bed, a wood table, and a few shelves lined with canned goods and books. That's all I needed. I drove up from Buffalo on a Wednesday morning, leaving before dawn. The air was cool and damp, and the roads got quieter as I moved further northeast. I passed through small towns that looked like they hadn't changed in 50 years. Empty storefronts, a single blinking stoplight, a gas station with 1 pump. Eventually, the paved road gave way to gravel, then dirt. I followed the directions the owner had emailed me until I reached a narrow trail with a metal gate that was left open, just like he said it would be. I drove another half-mile down a winding path until I saw the cabin tucked between a cluster of tall pines. It was smaller than I expected. The siding was old and gray, the roof had patches of moss, and the front steps sagged a little, but it looked solid. There was a fire pit out front with a ring of smooth stones and chopped wood stacked against the wall. I parked, stretched my legs, and stepped onto the porch. The air smelled like pine needles and damp earth. Inside, the place was exactly like the pictures. Clean, quiet, and cold. I unpacked my gear, mostly clothes, food, a few paperbacks, and a small cooler. I set everything on the shelf and got to work lighting the wood stove. It took a few tries, but soon the room filled with the crackle of firewood and the soft warmth I hadn't realized I missed. I sat on the bed and let the silence settle in. No cars, no voices, just the sound of the fire and wind moving through the trees. That first night, I slept harder than I had in months. The bed was stiff, but after driving all day and hiking around the area before sunset, I was too tired to care. I woke up once around 3 a.m. because the fire had died down and the cabin was cold. I pulled the blanket tighter around me and stared into the dark for a while. There was no electricity unless I ran the generator, and I didn't feel like going outside. I listened. Somewhere in the woods, a branch snapped. Then another. I reminded myself it was probably a deer or raccoon and eventually drifted back to sleep. The days passed slowly. I spent my time reading, making small hikes down the trail, chopping more wood, and keeping the fire going. The peace was exactly what I wanted, though I noticed the woods had a strange stillness to them. Even during the day, I rarely heard birds or saw much wildlife. Just the wind, always the wind. On the 4th night, things started to feel different. I had gone for a longer hike, maybe 5 miles into the woods, and when I came back, I noticed something odd. My backpack, which I'd left hanging on a nail by the door, was on the floor. I thought maybe I hadn't hung it up right. I picked it up and checked inside. Nothing missing. The window near the table was slightly open, though I didn't remember leaving it that way. I shut it and made a mental note to be more careful. That night, I had trouble sleeping. I kept thinking I heard something like footsteps outside. Not the crunch of leaves like an animal, but slower, heavier. I got up once and opened the door, shining my flashlight across the clearing. Nothing. The trees stood still in the beam, and there was no sound but the wind. I shut the door and bolted it. Took me a long time to fall asleep. The next morning, I found something that made my stomach turn. There were footprints, boot prints, in the dirt behind the cabin. They weren't mine. Mine were from hiking boots, wider and with a different tread. These were narrow, almost like work boots, and they circled the back wall where the generator was kept. I followed them a little way into the woods, but they faded out after 20 or 30 feet. I stood there for a while, trying to calm myself down. Maybe a hunter had passed through. Maybe someone had used the cabin before me and came back thinking it was still empty. I didn't want to jump to conclusions, but I couldn't deny the knot forming in my gut. I kept a hatchet by the bed that night. I left the generator off and the lights out, hoping if someone was watching, they'd think the place was empty. I barely slept. The following day, I decided to cut the trip short. I didn't feel safe. I packed up most of my stuff and loaded it into the car, but the sun was setting fast, and I didn't want to drive the trail back out in the dark. I planned to leave first thing in the morning. Around 10 p.m., I was reading in bed when I heard the noise again. Footsteps, slow and steady, moving through the leaves. This time, they didn't stop. They came closer around the side of the cabin. I sat up and grabbed the hatchet. I didn't turn on any lights. My heart was hammering. There was a sound near the front door, a quiet scrape, like something metal dragging against the wood. Then silence. I stood there for what felt like hours, barely breathing. Finally, I heard the footsteps again, retreating. I waited a long time before moving. When I finally opened the door, flashlight in hand, no one was there. But there was a mark, 3 long scratches in the wood near the doorknob. Not deep, but fresh. I didn't sleep at all that night. I sat on the bed with my back to the wall, hatchet in my lap, flashlight beside me. Every few minutes, I turned the light on and scanned the room. Nothing moved. Nothing made a sound. But I didn't feel alone. At first light, I threw everything into the car, not even bothering to organize it. I didn't eat, didn't wash up, just got in and started driving. The trail back to the road was rougher than I remembered, and my tires slid a few times on the wet leaves, but I kept going. When I hit pavement again, I didn't stop. I drove all the way back to Buffalo, only pulling over once for gas and coffee. I didn't report anything. What would I say? That I heard footsteps and saw scratches? That someone might have watched me sleep for a few nights? I knew how it would sound. I just told the owner the trip had been fine, thanked him, and left a review that said the cabin was quiet and peaceful. For weeks afterward, I couldn't sleep well. Every small sound made me jump. I started locking all my doors at home, even during the day. I installed a camera above my back porch and bought heavier curtains. The feeling of being watched didn't go away for a long time. I haven't taken another solo trip since. I still love the woods, the quiet, the feeling of being away from everything. But now I only go with someone else. And I never, ever stay somewhere I can't leave in 5 minutes or less. That trip was supposed to be about getting away from stress. But what I learned is that isolation doesn't always bring peace. Sometimes it just gives whatever's out there more room to get closer without being seen. It was early October 2018 when I decided to take a week off and get away from the city. I had just turned 38 and felt worn down from everything. Work stress, bills piling up, and a general feeling that life was slipping past too fast. I booked a remote cabin in northern Minnesota, just outside a small town called Colburn. It was buried deep in the woods, no neighbors in sight, and the listing said there was no cell service. That was what sold me. I needed real silence. The drive from Minneapolis took a little over 5 hours. The last 30 minutes were on a gravel road that twisted through thick forest. The trees were a mix of red, orange, and gold. It was the kind of place that should have felt peaceful, but I couldn't shake a low, crawling anxiety once I got within a few miles of the cabin. I chalked it up to being alone in unfamiliar woods. The cabin itself was small but clean. It sat about 50 yards from a narrow lake, with a wooden dock and a rowboat tied off at the end. There was a wood stove for heat, a tiny kitchen, and a bedroom upstairs with a sloped ceiling. No TV, no radio, no internet. Just me and the trees. The first night was quiet. I made some kenchili, read a few chapters of a paperback I brought, and turned in early. I expected to sleep well, but instead I tossed and turned for hours. It wasn't the bed, that was fine, but I kept waking up for no reason, listening. I wasn't sure what I was listening for. Sometime around 3 a.m., I heard a loud knock. It didn't come from the door. It sounded like it came from underneath the cabin. A heavy thud. I sat straight up in bed, heart racing. There were no animals that big in the area, right? A bear maybe, but bears didn't knock. I stayed still, barely breathing, waiting to hear it again. Nothing followed. I got up, checked all the doors and windows, and went back to bed with a kitchen knife next to me. The next morning, I told myself it was probably the old building settling. I forced myself to go out and fish a bit off the dock, then hiked around the lake. It was beautiful, really, but I couldn't relax. Every time the wind moved the branches or a squirrel darted across the leaves, I jumped. I tried to shake it off. I was here to clear my head. That night, I made pasta on the little propane stove, drank a couple of beers, and sat on the dock until the sun went down. I didn't hear anything strange, so I figured maybe the first night had just been nerves. Around 2:15 a.m., I woke up again. This time it was footsteps, slow, heavy ones. They were outside the cabin, crunching through leaves. Then they stopped. It was dead silent. I didn't even hear crickets. I sat up again, heart hammering. After what felt like forever, I heard them again, but farther away now, heading toward the lake. I got up, peeked through the window. I couldn't see anything. I didn't want to go outside, but I couldn't stand not knowing. I grabbed the flashlight and the knife again and stepped out onto the porch. The woods were dark and still. I aimed the beam toward the dock. Nothing. The boat was still tied. I scanned the trees. Nothing moved. I stayed outside for about 15 minutes, then went back in and locked up tight. Again, I didn't sleep much. When morning came, I checked around the cabin. I found prints in the soft dirt leading toward the trees, boot prints. Not mine. They were wider and deeper. Someone had been out here. I should have left then, but I told myself I was being paranoid. Maybe a hunter wandered too close. Maybe it was some drunk from town messing around. I was embarrassed at how shaken I felt, so I stayed. Day 3, I barely left the cabin. I kept looking out the windows, feeling like I was being watched. I started hearing little noises, light knocks, like fingernails on wood, just after sunset. I started making notes of the times I heard them. They were always between 2 and 3 a.m., always coming from outside. That night, I set an alarm for 1:50 a.m. and stayed awake. I sat in the dark at the table with the flashlight off and just waited. Right at 2:06 a.m., I heard something brush against the side of the cabin. Not a knock, just a scrape, like someone dragging their fingers across the wall. I held my breath. Then came a second sound, the creak of the porch step. I jumped up and flipped on the flashlight. I yanked the door open. Nothing, just night and fog curling over the trees. But the step had dirt on it now. It had been clean earlier. I stayed awake the rest of the night. By the morning of day 4, I was done. I started packing, but I'd booked the place for 7 days and part of me didn't want to lose the money. I told myself I'd just stay inside until the week ended. That afternoon, it rained hard. I sat inside reading and jumped at every creak. Around 7 p.m., the power went out. I hadn't even known the cabin had power lines. I thought it was running on solar. I checked the fuse box and saw nothing wrong. The rain kept falling. I lit the lantern and tried to focus on a book. At 9:40 p.m., I heard a splash. Came from the lake. Then another. I stepped onto the porch with the lantern. The rain was light now and the lake was calm, except for ripples moving away from the dock. Something had just gotten out of the water. I didn't see anyone. I didn't sleep. I sat in the chair with the knife in my lap until dawn. The next morning, I found more boot prints. They led from the dock to the side of the cabin, then disappeared into the trees. My chest felt tight. I needed to leave now. I started throwing everything into the trunk of my car. But when I tried to start it, nothing happened. The battery was dead. I hadn't left the lights on. It was fine the day before. I popped the hood, checked the cables, nothing looked wrong. I was stuck. I thought about hiking to town, but the nearest road was miles away through thick woods. I didn't want to be caught out there in the dark. I told myself I'd try again in the morning. That night was the worst. I locked every window and door. I put furniture in front of the door. I kept the lantern lit and sat with my back against the wall. Just after 1 a.m., I heard movement outside. This time it wasn't slow. Whoever it was circled the cabin fast, then started banging on the walls. Not knocking, full-on pounding. I could hear breathing through the gaps in the window frames. Then it stopped. I sat still for what felt like hours. I must have dozed off, because I woke to the sound of the doorknob turning. Slowly, back and forth, testing it. I wanted to scream. I didn't move. Then it stopped. Nothing happened for the rest of the night. When daylight came, I ran to the car and tried the ignition again. It started immediately. I didn't even stop to question it. I just drove. I didn't look back. I filed a report with the county sheriff when I got to Colburn. They sent someone to check the cabin. They didn't find anything. No footprints, no signs of forced entry. Nothing. They said it was probably a bear or just nerves. I know what I heard. I know someone was out there, watching me, following my patterns. I think they wanted to break me down. Maybe they were waiting for me to leave the door unlocked, or for me to step outside without the knife. I never went back. I canceled my card and changed my address soon after, just in case. That cabin is still listed online. I checked once. They updated the photos, added a new couch. But the woods are still the same. And I know someone's still out there, waiting for whoever stays next. It was the fall of 2016 when I decided to take a break from everything. I was 34 at the time, working long hours in Chicago as a building inspector. The job paid well, but the stress was eating me alive. My doctor told me I needed to slow down, get away from the city for a bit. I didn't argue. I'd been thinking about getting out for a while, and his advice was the final push. I found a cabin online. It was located in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan, about 5 miles past a town called Ironwood. The pictures showed a modest one-story wooden cabin with a wraparound porch, a view of a wide lake, and nothing but trees in every direction. It looked peaceful, the kind of place where your phone wouldn't work and you'd hear yourself think for once. That's what I needed. I packed up my Ford Escape with 2 weeks' worth of supplies. Food, water, some old paperbacks, a fishing pole I hadn't used in years, and my toolbox just in case anything at the cabin needed fixing. I didn't expect perfect conditions. Cabins in remote areas rarely come without quirks. I left early on a Monday morning, just after sunrise. The roads got quieter the farther north I went. Once I passed Green Bay, the traffic vanished entirely. Just me, the radio, and miles of forested highway. When I finally reached the property, the gravel driveway crunched under my tires for about a quarter mile before the trees opened up. The cabin was just like the pictures. Maybe a bit more weathered, but still sturdy. The lake was still and mirror-like. I didn't see another house or soul in sight. I unpacked the car and carried everything inside in 2 trips. The cabin smelled like dry wood and pine. There was a stone fireplace against one wall, a couple of leather chairs, a small kitchen with old appliances, and a hallway that led to a bedroom and bathroom. Simple, but more than enough. I noticed a dusty shed out back and made a mental note to check it out later. For now, I wanted to relax. The first few days were uneventful in a good way. I read, cooked over the fire, and even tried fishing. I didn't catch much, but that wasn't the point. I felt myself start to unwind, which was a strange sensation after years of tight shoulders and sleepless nights. I didn't see a single person. No cars, no boats on the lake, nothing. It wasn't until the 4th night that I noticed something odd. I had a habit of going outside just before bed to breathe in the night air. That night, I walked out onto the porch with a mug of hot tea. The wind had picked up slightly, rustling the trees around the clearing. As I stood there, I saw a shape near the tree line, just inside the dark. It wasn't moving. At first I thought it was a tree trunk or a rock, but then I realized it hadn't been there the night before. I squinted at it for a while, waiting to see movement. Nothing happened. I chalked it up to my imagination or the shadows playing tricks. I went back inside and locked the door out of habit. The next morning, I walked out to the edge of the clearing where I'd seen the shape. There was nothing there. No footprints, no marks in the dirt. The ground was covered in leaves and pine needles, undisturbed. I told myself I must have been tired and let it go. A few nights later, I was woken up by a noise, a dull thud, like something heavy hitting the side of the cabin. I sat up in bed, heart racing. I didn't hear it again. I stayed still, listening. Silence. Then a slow creak from the porch boards. That sound was unmistakable. Something or someone was walking across the porch. I got out of bed slowly, trying not to make a sound. I moved toward the living room and peeked through the front window. The porch was empty, but when I looked down, I saw something on the top step. A boot print. It hadn't been there the day before. It was big, maybe a size 12 or 13, and fresh in the dew. I didn't sleep much the rest of the night. When the sun came up, I went outside to check again. The boot print was still there. I looked around the cabin but didn't see any others. No trail leading away. It was like someone had stepped up to the porch, stood there for a while, and then vanished. From then on, I was on edge. I kept the axe from the woodpile inside with me at night. I started sleeping on the couch so I could keep an eye on the windows. I set up some fishing line and small bells from my tackle box across the front porch and back door. If someone tried to come close, I'd hear them. 3 nights later, the bells on the back door jingled just after midnight. I jumped up, heart pounding, and grabbed the axe. I turned on the porch light and opened the door fast. Nothing. The fishing line was snapped. I stepped outside, barefoot, scanning the trees. The moonlight lit up just enough of the clearing for me to see the shed. The door was open. I hadn't touched the shed since I got there. It had been closed tight, padlocked. I walked slowly toward it, axe in hand, not even thinking about shoes or how cold it was. As I got closer, I could see that the lock was on the ground, broken, not cut with bolt cutters, twisted like someone had used a crowbar or just raw strength. I reached the door and stopped. The inside of the shed was pitch black. I reached in and pulled the string for the hanging bulb. The light flickered on. Inside were the usual things: shovels, a gas can, some old tools. But one thing stood out: a blue sleeping bag rolled up in the corner. And next to it, an empty can of chili that hadn't been there before. The expiration date was recent. Someone had been sleeping in my shed. I backed out slowly, shut the door, and didn't bother locking it. I just wanted to get back inside. I called the sheriff's office the next morning from the nearest gas station, which was 20 minutes down the highway. My cell phone barely worked, but the landline there got me through. A deputy met me at the cabin an hour later. I walked him through everything: the boot print, the broken lock, the can of chili. He took notes, looked around, and told me he'd drive the area for a while to see if he saw anything. He warned me that sometimes squatters hide out in remote cabins like this, especially during the colder months. I asked if I should leave. He said it was up to me, but to keep the doors locked and call again if anything else happened. I went back inside, locked the doors, and kept the axe close. Nothing happened the next 2 nights. Then, on the 3rd night, I woke up around 2 a.m. and smelled something. Smoke, not from the fireplace. I hadn't lit it. This was different. Chemical. I got up and checked the windows. In the back of the cabin, near the woodshed, a small fire had been set. It wasn't out of control, but it was burning hot. Lots of smoke, black and thick. Someone had dumped gasoline and lit it. I grabbed a bucket, filled it from the kitchen sink, and ran outside. I doused the fire before it could spread. My heart was racing again. Whoever had been staying in the shed wasn't just hiding anymore. They were trying to scare me, or worse. I left at sunrise, packed everything fast, tossed it into the back of the car, and didn't look back. I didn't even lock the door to the cabin. I reported everything to the sheriff's office again before I left town. They said they'd send someone to investigate, but I never followed up. I just wanted to get out of there. Back in Chicago, I found it hard to sleep for weeks. I kept checking the locks on my apartment, waking up at every sound. I told a few close friends what happened. Most of them said I did the right thing by leaving. About 6 months later, I got a letter in the mail. It was from the property management company that handled the cabin rental. They said the cabin was no longer available and was being removed from their listings. They didn't give a reason. I didn't ask for one. I don't know who was in the woods with me that night, or how long they had been staying in the shed, but I know I wasn't imagining any of it. The boot print, the sleeping bag, the fire. Someone was watching, waiting. Maybe they thought I'd leave sooner, or maybe they were building up to something worse. I'll never know. But I learned something important from that trip. Just because a place looks quiet and peaceful doesn't mean it's safe. And sometimes, it's better to listen to your gut than to wait for proof. I haven't gone back to the woods since. It was early October of 2018 when I decided to take a week off from everything. I had just turned 36 and I'd been working nonstop at the same job for almost 9 years without a proper break. I was burnt out. I lived alone in Indianapolis, no pets, no close family nearby. The idea of just being away from people and noise and the usual daily routine sounded like the best thing I could give myself. I didn't want to do anything fancy. No flying, no crowded tourist spots, nothing expensive. Just quiet. I started looking for a remote place to stay. After a few hours of searching, I found a small cabin listed on a rental site. It was located in the Hoosier National Forest, about a 3-hour drive from where I lived. The pictures showed a modest wooden cabin surrounded by dense trees, a gravel driveway, and a small clearing in the back with a fire pit. It was isolated but looked safe. The listing mentioned no cell service but assured working electricity, running water, and a stocked kitchen. That was all I needed. I booked it for 6 nights. I packed enough food, a cooler with ice, clothes for cold nights, some books, and a journal. I wanted to unplug completely. I left my phone in airplane mode and didn't bring my laptop. The drive there was peaceful, long stretches of wooded highway, open fields, the occasional gas station. The final 20 minutes were on a dirt road that climbed through the forest. The cabin appeared just when I started to wonder if I was lost. It sat in a small clearing, framed by tall, skinny trees that were just beginning to turn orange and yellow. The air smelled crisp. No other houses in sight. I parked, grabbed my bags, and stepped onto the small porch. The inside was clean and smelled like cedar. There was one bedroom, a bathroom with a stand-up shower, a small living area with a couch and a wood-burning stove, and a kitchen that was surprisingly well-equipped. It was better than I'd expected. That first day, I didn't do much. I walked a little trail that led from behind the cabin and looped back around after maybe 20 minutes. I ate soup from a can and sat outside on a folding chair, watching the trees rustle. That night, I slept better than I had in months. The next morning, I made coffee on the stovetop and went for a longer walk down the trail. There were no signs, no markers, just a worn dirt path cutting through the trees. It seemed to split a few times, and I made mental notes to stick to the right side. The forest was quiet. No cars, no voices, just birds and the occasional snap of a twig. After about an hour, I turned around. It was easy to get lost out there, and I didn't bring a compass. By the third day, I started feeling a little too cut off. I realized how much I relied on constant input, news, music, updates. I tried journaling, but I couldn't focus. I ended up just pacing the cabin, walking the trail again, trying not to get bored. I built a fire in the pit behind the cabin that night, stared into the flames for a long time, then went inside and read until I got tired. That night, I woke up to a sound. I didn't know what it was at first, just a soft thud, then another, like something hitting the side of the cabin. I sat up. The room was dark. I hadn't bothered closing the blinds because I didn't think anyone was around. The thuds continued, slow, irregular, then stopped. I waited in silence. It must have been an animal, maybe a raccoon or a deer. I lay back down and eventually drifted off. The next morning, I checked around the cabin. There were no footprints, nothing moved. Just a few twigs on the ground near the wall, probably blown off the trees. I tried to forget about it, but the feeling stuck with me all day. A kind of awareness, like I wasn't as alone as I thought. That afternoon, I walked further along the trail than I had before. I went past the second fork and followed the path downhill. After maybe 20 minutes, I noticed a section of the woods where the trees looked different, shorter, more spaced out. I kept walking. Eventually, I came to an open area with what looked like the remains of an old structure. Maybe a barn or a shed. The wood was gray, falling in on itself. No roof, just the outline of walls and a few rusted metal tools half buried in dirt. I stayed long enough to look around but didn't touch anything. Something about the place felt off, like it had been left in a hurry. That night, the thudding sound returned, louder, more frequent. I sat up in bed, heart pounding. This time it was coming from the backside of the cabin. I stayed still, listening. The thuds stopped again. Then I heard what sounded like shuffling leaves. I got up and looked out the back window. I couldn't see anything. It was too dark. I didn't have the courage to go outside. In the morning, I checked the backyard. Nothing out of place. The fire pit was untouched. The trail looked normal. I began to feel like I was losing it a little, like the quiet and isolation were playing tricks on me. Still, I made a decision to cut the trip short. I had 2 nights left, but I no longer felt comfortable. I packed most of my things that afternoon. I planned to leave early the next morning. I didn't sleep much that night. I kept waking up, listening for sounds. Every creak of the cabin made my muscles tense. At one point, I thought I heard something brush against the porch steps, but it stopped before I could be sure. At dawn, I loaded up the car. The sun was barely up. The forest was quiet again. I stepped around the back to take a last look, and that's when I saw it: boot prints, faint but clear, leading from the edge of the trees to the rear window of the cabin, then back toward the forest. I stared at them for a long time. I hadn't worn boots. The prints were larger than mine, too large to be mine. I didn't bother looking any further. I got in the car and left. Back home, I kept thinking about those prints. I didn't report anything. What could I say? That someone might have been near my cabin in the woods? There was no proof, no damage, no crime. Just a few nights of unease and some footprints. I never rented another cabin again. I still think about that place sometimes, about how peaceful it seemed at first and how fast that changed. Maybe it was just someone passing through. Maybe they thought the cabin was empty, or maybe they knew I was there and didn't care. All I know is I trusted that isolation would bring me peace. Instead, it showed me how alone you can really be when there's no one else around, and how that's not always a good thing. I was 33 when I decided to take a break from everything. The year was 2019. I'd been working a desk job in a loud, crowded office in Kansas City for nearly a decade. I lived alone in a small one-bedroom apartment on the 3rd floor of an old building that creaked too much and stayed cold in the winter. I didn't have much of a social life. Most of my days were the same: wake up, drive to work, push papers and answer emails, come home, microwave dinner, maybe watch something online, then sleep. Over and over. That fall, I finally took a vacation. Not a beach resort or a big trip overseas. I wanted to go somewhere quiet, somewhere away from the sound of traffic and people. I found a cabin listed on a rental site. It was buried deep in the woods of southern Colorado, near a small place called Marble Creek. The listing said it was built in the 1980s, had running water, a small wood stove, and a generator for basic electricity. No Wi-Fi, no cell signal. That sounded perfect. The drive took nearly 13 hours. I packed food, water, and supplies for a week. I had a few books, a sketch pad, a battery-powered radio, and a couple of flashlights. When I reached the turnoff, the paved road turned into gravel, then into a dirt path that climbed into thick pine woods. It was late afternoon by the time I got there. The sun was just starting to drop behind the tree line. The cabin sat on a small clearing surrounded by tall trees. The outside was weathered, with gray wood siding and a metal roof. There was a small porch out front with 2 old wooden chairs. No neighbors, no road noise, just wind in the trees. I could hear birds and something rustling in the underbrush nearby. That first night, I slept better than I had in months. For the first 2 days, everything was exactly what I needed. I hiked a little, made meals on the propane stove, chopped wood, and spent time just listening to the woods. The cabin was simple but comfortable. It had a single bedroom with a narrow bed and thick blankets, a small kitchen with open shelves, a table with 2 chairs, and a bathroom with a compost toilet and a gravity-fed water tank. But by the 3rd day, I started noticing little things. Nothing big at first, just little signs that made me pause. The first thing was a boot print. It was near the edge of the clearing, just past where I kept the firewood stacked. It wasn't mine. It was wider and had a deeper tread than my hiking boots. I assumed it might have been left by a hunter or someone passing through before I arrived. Still, I stared at it for a long time. That night, I thought I heard footsteps outside. Not animals. Heavy, deliberate steps. I turned off the small lamp and stood in the dark, staring out the window. I couldn't see anything, but I waited. The sound didn't come again. I told myself it was just a deer, maybe an elk moving through the woods. The next morning, I walked the perimeter of the clearing. I found another boot print, closer to the back of the cabin. Still the same pattern, still not mine. The tracks didn't lead anywhere I could see. They just appeared near the edge of the tree line and stopped. I was nervous, but I didn't panic. I checked the cabin, made sure the door was still locked, and that nothing inside had been moved. Everything looked the same. I even laughed at myself for being jumpy, but the feeling didn't go away. I started leaving a chair under the doorknob at night, just in case. By the 5th day, the atmosphere had shifted. I woke up feeling watched. It's hard to explain, but it was like the woods had changed. The quiet didn't feel peaceful anymore. It felt like something was holding its breath. I stayed inside most of the day. I read, listened to the radio, and tried to shake the feeling. That evening, while I was stacking more wood by the porch, I noticed something new. A small piece of cloth hanging on a branch just beyond the clearing. It was dark green, like part of a jacket, and it was torn. It looked fresh. I didn't go near it. I just turned around and went back inside. That night, I didn't sleep. I heard movement outside again, closer this time. I sat in the dark, gripping the fireplace poker. The generator was off, so the cabin was completely quiet. Every creak, every rustle outside made my skin crawl. At some point, I must have fallen asleep sitting up because I woke with a start to a thump against the back wall of the cabin. I didn't move. I held my breath. The sound didn't come again, but I didn't sleep the rest of the night. The next morning, I found marks on the wall, scrapes like something had been dragged against it. I also noticed the firewood pile had been disturbed. Not just animals, it looked like someone had kicked through it. I decided to leave. I packed everything, loaded up my truck, and got ready to drive out. But the truck wouldn't start. I tried the ignition over and over. Nothing. I opened the hood, checked the battery connections. They looked fine. I'm not a mechanic, but I've never had trouble with this truck. It had started just fine all week. Now it was completely dead. I stood there for a long time, the woods pressing in around me. No signal, no way to call for help, no neighbors nearby. The road back was a long walk, and I didn't even know if I could find my way without the truck. I decided to wait. Maybe it was something simple. Maybe the battery would recover. I gave it a few hours, tried again, still nothing. That night, I barricaded the door with everything I could move. I didn't light a fire. I didn't use the lantern. I just sat in the dark, listening. Hours passed. Then I heard it again. Footsteps, slow, heavy. They circled the cabin. I could hear them move from one side to the other. At one point, something knocked lightly on the wall. I stayed frozen, holding the poker. My heart was pounding so loud I thought whoever was out there could hear it. After a while, the sound stopped. I waited another hour before I moved. The next morning, I made a plan. I would leave on foot, take only what I needed, and hike out to find help. I had a general idea of the direction I'd come from. I stuffed a backpack with water, food, a flashlight, and a knife. I marked the cabin on a paper map, locked the door behind me, and started walking. The forest was dense. The path wasn't clear, and I had to stop often to check my bearings. I thought I was making progress until I found something that stopped me cold. It was a campsite, not a recent one, old, half-rotted. There was a torn tent collapsed on its side, rusted cans, and an old backpack ripped open. It looked like it had been abandoned for years, but there were boot prints in the dirt around it. Fresh ones. I turned around and went back to the cabin. It took longer than I expected to return. The trees looked the same in every direction, and I kept feeling like I was being followed. When I finally saw the roof of the cabin through the trees, I almost cried. That night was the worst. I didn't sleep. I sat on the floor with my back against the bed, the poker across my lap. Around midnight, I heard the doorknob move, not just rattle, turn. Slowly. It didn't open, thanks to the chair I had wedged under it. Then a long pause, and then something slid an envelope under the door. I stared at it for a long time. I didn't touch it until morning. When I finally opened it, there was a single photo inside. It was a picture of me, standing outside the cabin, from behind, stacking firewood. It had been taken from the woods. That day, I tore apart the engine of the truck. I wasn't going to die out here. I found a loose wire behind the fuse box. It had been cut, clean. Someone had sabotaged it. I twisted it together, secured it with a strip of electrical tape from the toolkit, and tried the key. The truck started. I didn't pack. I didn't clean. I just drove. I didn't stop until I reached a gas station 5 hours later. I told the clerk I'd been camping and got turned around. I didn't mention the photo, or the boot prints, or the envelope. I just wanted to go home. I never found out who was out there. I called the rental site and told them the cabin wasn't safe. They pulled the listing. I never heard anything else. Sometimes I still think about it, about whoever was watching me, about how long they'd been there, waiting. I haven't gone camping since. I still live in the city, and I don't mind the noise anymore, because silence isn't always peace. Sometimes, silence is just the sound of someone watching you. It was the fall of 2016 when I decided to take a solo trip up north to a small cabin I had rented just outside a little town in northern Vermont. I was 34 at the time, newly divorced, and feeling a strong pull to disconnect from everything. I worked remotely doing freelance graphic design, so I figured I could handle a week away from home without any trouble. The cabin was listed on a small rental site. It didn't have many pictures, but the ones it did show looked rustic, simple, and tucked away in thick woods, which was exactly what I wanted. I drove up on a Monday. The trees were deep into their color change, and everything around me looked like it was on fire with reds, oranges, and golds. The last gas station I saw was nearly 45 minutes from the cabin, and my phone had no signal for the last hour of the drive. The road turned to gravel about 6 miles before the cabin, and then narrowed to what felt like a single lane. I didn't see another car or house for miles. It made me a little uneasy, but also peaceful. That's what I had wanted, total quiet. The cabin was a small wooden place, almost gray from weathering. It had a narrow front porch, 2 small windows in the front, and a crooked metal chimney poking out the top. There was no TV, no internet, and the power came from a generator I had to turn on and off myself. Inside, it was cold and smelled like dry wood and old smoke. There was one small bedroom, a cramped bathroom with a tank toilet and a weak shower, and an open space with a wood stove and kitchenette. There were firewood stacks on the side of the porch, enough for a few days. The first 2 days were calm. I hiked around the area, made fires in the stove, cooked simple meals, and read books I had brought. I didn't see a single person. There was an odd feeling to the woods around the place, quiet but not in a peaceful way. I never heard birds, and the trees barely moved even when there was wind. I chalked it up to being alone and jumpy. At night, the forest was pitch black, and I kept the curtains drawn even though there weren't any nearby houses. I felt watched even when I told myself that was ridiculous. It was the third night when things started to feel strange. I woke up around 2:30 a.m. to what sounded like footsteps outside on the gravel path that led around the cabin. Not the skittering of animals or branches falling. These were slow, deliberate steps, heavy enough to crunch gravel. I held still in bed, listening hard. They passed by the front porch, then paused. I couldn't see anything from my bed, so I got up slowly, staying in the dark. I peeked through the side window, but it was too dark to make anything out. After a few minutes, I didn't hear anything else. The next morning, I went out to check the gravel. It had rained a little the day before, so the ground was soft. I found 2 boot prints, big, wide ones, not mine. They curved around the porch and disappeared into the trees. My chest went tight. I stood there for a while, listening, looking. Nothing. It was still too still again. I thought about leaving, but I told myself it could have been someone hiking nearby. Maybe a hunter. Still, I started keeping the hatchet from the firewood pile inside with me. That night, I barely slept. I kept waking up at every sound, every creak of the wood, every scratch of a branch against the cabin. Around 4 a.m., I heard it again, steps. This time from the other side of the cabin. Then a thud against the back wall. Not hard, but enough to make the boards creak. I stayed in bed, frozen, gripping the hatchet. No more sounds came. I waited until sunrise to move. I checked the back of the cabin. There were smudges on the wood, like dirty fingerprints or handprints. High up, like someone had rested their hands there while looking inside through the back window. That window had a thin curtain, barely covering the glass. I didn't remember drawing it all the way shut the night before. Something changed in me after that. I wasn't scared anymore. I was alert, couldn't relax. I moved everything away from the windows. I blocked the bedroom window with the mattress from the bed and slept in a sleeping bag on the floor. I kept the fire going all night and moved a big log inside to use as a barricade for the door. The next day, I went walking with the hatchet in one hand. I needed to check the woods, see if there were signs of campsites or paths. I found a trail, overgrown and barely used, but it had boot prints in the soft earth, same size as the ones near the cabin. I followed them. After maybe half a mile, I found a spot where the brush had been flattened, and there was a pile of bones. Animal bones, I think deer or maybe something smaller, but they were all picked clean and stacked in a circle like a nest or some weird ritual. In the center was a ripped piece of flannel shirt. I turned around and got out fast. I didn't run, but I wanted to. I kept thinking someone was behind me, even though I didn't hear anything. The air felt wrong. I decided I would leave the next morning early. I packed everything I could into the car that night and left only what I'd need for the morning. At around 1 a.m., the generator cut out. I had topped it off that evening. It should have been fine until sunrise. The cabin went dark. I grabbed my flashlight and went out to check. The fuel line had been cut. Not ripped, cut clean with something sharp. My stomach dropped. I backed away from the shed slowly, scanning the dark. The woods were still, but I could feel something out there. I went back inside, locked the door, and pushed the log in place. I didn't sleep. I sat on the floor, facing the door, flashlight and hatchet ready. Around 3:45 a.m., the door handle turned. Just once. A slow, deliberate turn. Then it stopped. A minute later, I heard something move around to the back window. I didn't hear anything for a while after that, but I stayed frozen, listening. As soon as the sun broke, I got in the car and left. I didn't even bother putting out the stove or packing the last few things. I drove nonstop until I hit a town with a gas station. I didn't tell anyone there what happened. I just filled up and kept going. Weeks later, I looked back at the rental listing. It was gone. No trace of it anywhere. I checked the satellite view of the area from online maps. I found the gravel road, but where the cabin should have been, it was just forest. No roof, no clearing, nothing. I don't know how that makes sense, but I know I was there. I still have the receipt for the rental and pictures I took the first day. I never went back to Vermont. I don't go deep into the woods anymore either. I keep my trips to busy trails and campgrounds with lots of people. I haven't told many people this story because it sounds made up, but it happened. And if you're ever out in the woods and you find an old trail that looks like no one's walked it in years, don't follow it. Just turn around. Go back. It's not worth what might be out there. It was late October 2014 when I decided to take a break from everything. I had just turned 36 and felt like I was running myself into the ground. Between my job in Cincinnati, the noise of the city, and the constant notifications on my phone, I was burned out. I needed quiet, real quiet, not the kind where you still hear cars in the distance or neighbors through the walls. I needed to hear nothing but wind, trees, and maybe the occasional animal. A friend from college had told me once about a cabin he and his dad built years ago in southern Kentucky, deep in the Daniel Boone National Forest. He said they only used it during hunting season, and since it was already mid-October, I figured they probably wouldn't be back that year. I reached out, and after a couple of texts, he gave me the green light to use it for a few days. He warned me it was very isolated, no electricity or running water, and that the road to it was rough. That was exactly what I wanted. I left on a Thursday morning. The drive was about 3 hours, but once I left the main highway, it felt like another world. The paved roads turned to gravel, and then gravel turned into dirt. I had to slow down to avoid potholes and fallen branches. My small SUV bounced along the narrow path, and every now and then I had to get out and move debris or check to make sure I wasn't about to bottom out. By the time I reached the cabin, it was just after 3 p.m. The sky was starting to gray, with thick clouds rolling in. The cabin was even more remote than I imagined. It sat in a small clearing surrounded by tall pine trees, moss-covered rocks, and a steep hill to the north. The structure itself was small, just one room, built from old, weathered logs. A tin roof sat crooked on top, and the front porch had seen better days. It looked like something from a hunting magazine minus all the glamour. Inside was bare bones. One old twin bed with a thin mattress, a wood-burning stove in the corner, a small table with 2 chairs, and some shelves filled with old canned goods and dusty tools. No bathroom, no plumbing. Just an outhouse about 30 yards behind the cabin and a hand pump well a few feet past that. It was rustic but solid. I unpacked my food, a few changes of clothes, a flashlight, a battery-powered lantern, and some firewood I had picked up on the way. I had also brought a heavy sleeping bag and a small solar panel to charge my phone, but there was no service out there anyway. That first evening, I made a small fire inside the stove and sat at the table, just listening. No cars, no voices, just the crackling of the fire, the wind pushing through the trees, and the occasional creak of the old wood. Felt good. Strange, but good. I was completely alone. The first night passed quietly. I woke up a few times to the sound of animals outside, probably raccoons or maybe a deer, but nothing alarming. In the morning, I boiled water from the well and made instant coffee. The air was cold and damp, but the trees around me had turned brilliant shades of red, orange, and yellow. I spent most of the day walking through the woods, exploring the trails behind the cabin and taking in the quiet. That night, things changed. Around 11 p.m., I was getting ready to turn in when I heard something outside. It wasn't an animal. It sounded like something heavy stepping on branches. I froze. It came from the direction of the outhouse. Then silence. I waited, not even breathing. After a full minute, I stepped to the window and looked out. Nothing. It was too dark to see far, but I didn't see any shapes or movement. I convinced myself it was a deer, maybe even a bear, though they were rare that far north. I bolted the door and slid the old dresser in front of it just in case. The next morning, I checked outside. Nothing looked disturbed. The ground was covered in pine needles and leaves, and I didn't see any tracks. Still, something felt off. That day, I stayed closer to the cabin. I kept feeling like I was being watched. It was probably just nerves, but I couldn't shake the feeling. Every time I turned a corner or rounded a tree, I half expected to see someone standing there, but there was never anyone. Later that afternoon, I found something strange while hiking up the hill behind the cabin. About halfway up, where the trees grew thicker, I came across a small clearing with an old metal drum and some wood piled beside it. The drum had black soot around the rim and smelled like burned plastic. Nearby, there were several animal bones scattered in a wide circle. Some big, some small, mostly picked clean. I couldn't tell what kind of animals they were, but something about it unsettled me. It looked like someone had been burning things out here. I didn't linger. I headed back before it got dark. That night, the noises started again, this time closer. Just after midnight, I was in bed when I heard something heavy thump against the side of the cabin. Not a branch or a squirrel, something solid. I sat up, heart racing. Then, another thump right by the window. I stayed still, barely breathing. Stopped after a minute, but I didn't sleep again. The next morning, I found a smear of something dark on the wood near the window. It wasn't blood. It looked like grease or oil. And lower down, near the ground, a footprint. Barefoot. I followed the prints a few feet into the woods, but they vanished quickly into the underbrush. I packed my bag and debated leaving early, but something in me wanted to stay. I told myself I was overreacting, imagining things. Maybe it was a hunter passing through. Maybe someone from a nearby cabin, though I hadn't seen any signs of other people. That night, I kept the lantern on. I stacked the firewood inside the cabin and wedged the chair under the door handle. I barely slept. Around 2 a.m., I heard something brush against the porch, slow and dragging. Then a faint tapping on the window like fingernails or something small. I sat up, holding the only thing I had for protection. A small hatchet I had brought for chopping wood. The tapping stopped. Then, nothing. The rest of the night passed in silence. At first light, I walked the perimeter again. More prints, this time closer together, like whoever or whatever it was had been crouching. The grease mark was smeared now, as if something had rubbed against it. I looked around the cabin again, this time noticing something I had missed before. Behind the woodpile was a small leather strap, the kind you'd see on a backpack or tool bag. It was old, cracked, and stained. It hadn't been there when I arrived. I made the decision to leave that morning. As I packed the car, I heard something deep in the woods, a sharp cracking noise, followed by silence. It wasn't a branch falling. It was purposeful. I didn't wait to find out more. The drive back out was slower. I kept checking the mirror, half expecting to see someone step out into the road behind me. But there was nothing. Once I hit the gravel road again, I picked up speed. It wasn't until I reached the highway that I finally let out a breath I felt like I'd been holding for 2 days. A few weeks later, I called my friend to ask him more about the cabin. I didn't go into full detail, just said I heard noises and saw signs that someone had been nearby. He paused, then told me that a few years back, they had stopped using the cabin regularly because his dad once ran into a man living rough out there, someone who didn't want to be found. He didn't know much, just that his dad left him some food and moved on. After that, they only used the cabin during the day. I haven't been back since. Sometimes I think about going just to prove to myself it was nothing. But I know better. Something was out there, and whatever it was, it had been watching me long before I noticed it. Even now, when I hear tapping at night, I can't help but freeze. I remind myself I'm back home, safe, surrounded by people and locks and lights. But deep down, a part of me knows that not every place in the woods is empty. Some of them are occupied, and some of those occupants don't want to be found or disturbed. I never told anyone else. Not really, but I think about it more often than I want to. The sound of leaves rustling at night, that bare footprint in the dirt, the strap behind the woodpile, all small things, but together, they told me a story I didn't want to hear. And when I remember how close that cabin was to complete silence, I realize now it wasn't really quiet at all. I just wasn't listening close enough. It was the fall of 1997 when I decided to take a break from everything. I was 24 years old, freshly out of a stressful job in a small town near the Appalachian Mountains. The job had worn me down, and I needed to get away from people, noise, and the constant pressure. I wanted peace and quiet, the kind of solitude that only nature could provide. I found a small cabin for rent deep in Pine Hollow, a remote area nestled between dense forests and steep hills in western North Carolina. The cabin was about an hour's drive from the nearest town, hidden at the end of a narrow dirt road that locals barely used. The owner, a retired man named Harold, promised it was perfect for anyone looking to escape. He said there was no electricity, no phone, just fresh air, wildlife, and endless silence. When I arrived, the sun was low in the sky, casting long orange shadows through the tall pines. The dirt road was rough and narrow, with fallen leaves scattered everywhere, crunching beneath my old sedan's tires. The air smelled crisp and cold, with a hint of wet earth and pine needles. I could feel the stillness pressing in as I parked near the cabin, a small wooden building with faded brown paint and a rusty tin roof. The cabin was simple, a single room with a wood stove in the corner, a small kitchenette with a sink and old gas stove, and a loft above for sleeping. There was a wooden table and 2 chairs, a couple of shelves filled with dusty books, and a worn-out couch pushed against the far wall. The windows were covered with thin curtains, letting in only faint light. After unpacking my bag, I walked outside to take in the place. The forest surrounded the cabin on all sides. Tall trees towered overhead, their branches swaying gently in the wind. I spotted a narrow path leading into the woods, marked by a faded wooden sign that read Trail. There was a small creek nearby, its water trickling quietly over smooth stones. The only sounds were the occasional chirping of birds and the rustle of leaves. That night, I built a fire in the wood stove, the crackling flames warming the small room. The cabin felt cozy and safe, miles away from the chaos of my usual life. I cooked some canned beans over the stove, ate slowly, and settled down with a book. The quiet was almost overwhelming, but it was exactly what I wanted. Sleep came easily, though the unfamiliar sounds of the forest outside kept me half awake. Owls hooted in the distance, and the wind whispered through the trees. I felt calm and relaxed, knowing I was alone but protected inside the sturdy cabin. The next morning, I woke to a cold room. The fire had died out during the night, and the chill crept in through the thin walls. I wrapped myself in a blanket and lit the stove again, preparing a simple breakfast. I planned to explore the trail behind the cabin, curious about where it led. The trail was narrow and overgrown, winding through the thick forest. The trees were so tall that their branches blocked much of the daylight, making the path dim and cool. I walked slowly, listening to the crunch of leaves and twigs under my boots. Occasionally, I saw small animals darting away, squirrels, rabbits, and birds. After about an hour, the trail opened into a small clearing with an old stone foundation half covered in moss and leaves. It looked like the remains of a house, long abandoned and forgotten. The wood had rotted away, leaving only the rough stones. I walked carefully around it, imagining what life must have been like here decades ago. I felt a sudden chill despite the sunny day. The quiet around me seemed heavier, as if the forest was holding its breath. I shook off the feeling and turned back, following the trail toward the cabin. Over the next few days, I settled into a routine. I spent my mornings hiking the trails, afternoons reading or writing in a journal, and evenings by the fire stove. I had no phone signal and no internet, which at first felt like a curse but quickly became a blessing. The silence helped clear my mind. But then, something changed. On the third night, I was lying on the couch reading when I heard a sharp noise outside. It was a quick rustle, like something heavy moving through the underbrush near the cabin. I froze, heart pounding, and waited. The wind was still, and the forest was quiet again. I told myself it was probably a deer or a raccoon, nothing to worry about. The next day, while walking near the creek, I noticed broken branches and disturbed dirt. It looked like something large had pushed through the brush. There were no clear tracks, but the damage was fresh. I felt uneasy but didn't want to overthink it. That night, the noises returned. Footsteps, slow and deliberate, circled the cabin. I could hear twigs snapping and leaves crunching just outside the window. The sound moved around the cabin, then stopped. I held my breath, clutching a heavy flashlight I had brought. Suddenly, a loud thump hit the cabin's side, like something heavy had slammed into the wall. I jumped up, heart racing, and shined the flashlight outside. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating empty trees and shadows. Nothing moved. I stayed up the rest of the night, eyes wide, listening for any other sounds. The cabin felt less safe than before. The following day, I inspected the outside carefully. There were fresh scratch marks on the wooden wall, deep gouges made by something sharp and strong. The paint was scraped away, leaving raw wood exposed. The marks were too high for a deer and too wide for a human's fingers. It made no sense. I debated leaving immediately, but I told myself it could be a bear or some large animal. I wasn't going to run away without proof. So, I took precautions. I set up a perimeter with cans tied to strings that would make noise if disturbed, and I stored all my food inside the locked cabin. That evening, the noises were worse. The cans jingled constantly, and the footsteps grew heavier and more frequent. At one point, something knocked over a small pile of firewood near the back door. I didn't sleep at all. The next day, I decided to hike to the nearest ranger station, about 5 miles down a different trail, to report what was happening. I packed water and snacks, left a note on the table, and set off. The trail was more challenging than I expected. The forest grew thicker and steeper, and the path was muddy from recent rain. After 2 hours, I realized I might be lost. The trail markers were faded or missing in places. My heart began to race. I tried to backtrack, but only ended up deeper in the woods. The sun was sinking, and the shadows grew longer and darker. Panic set in. I was alone with no way to call for help. I kept moving, hoping to find the ranger station before nightfall. Suddenly, I heard a low growl from somewhere behind me. I froze. The sound was deep and guttural, unlike any animal I had heard before. I didn't turn around, but I quickened my pace. The growling stopped, replaced by silence. Then I heard footsteps, heavy, slow footsteps, just behind me. I started running, pushing through thick bushes and fallen branches. My legs ached, and my lungs burned, but I didn't stop. Eventually, I stumbled out of the trees onto a gravel road. I followed it, my heart pounding in my chest, until I saw a small wooden building with a sign that read, Pine Hollow Ranger Station. I burst inside, relieved and shaking. The ranger on duty listened carefully and agreed to come with me to check the cabin. Back at the cabin, the ranger examined the marks and signs of disturbance. He said it looked like a large black bear had been hanging around and causing trouble. Apparently, the area had an unusually high bear population that year, and bears sometimes became bold near human camps. We set up some traps and placed bear deterrents around the cabin. The ranger advised me to leave the cabin for a few days until the situation calmed down. I packed my things and left Pine Hollow the next morning. The relief I felt leaving the forest behind was overwhelming. In the weeks that followed, I kept in touch with the ranger. Eventually, the bear activity decreased, and the cabin was safe again. I went back once, stayed for a weekend, and the nights were quiet, just as they should be. Looking back, that experience taught me a lot about respect for nature, for animals, and for the fragile balance between solitude and safety. The forest is beautiful and peaceful, but it can also be unpredictable and dangerous. Sometimes, the scariest things aren't ghosts or monsters, but real animals and the unknown wild. I never forgot those nights in Pine Hollow, the pounding footsteps outside the window, and the feeling of being watched by something powerful and wild. It was a reminder that sometimes the best stories are the ones rooted in reality, where danger is real and survival is the only goal. It was the summer of 2007 when I decided to take a break from everything and head out to the woods for a few days. Life had become too noisy, too crowded, too full of demands I could barely keep up with. I wanted to get away and find some peace. I wasn't looking for an adventure or a thrill, just quiet and some time to think. The cabin I rented was deep in the northern forests of Maine, about 2 hours north of Bangor. The area was known for its dense pine woods, winding dirt roads, and a few scattered cabins used mostly by hunters and weekend fishermen. I was 29, single, and working in a small tech company. The city had worn me down. Every day felt the same. The hum of traffic, the chatter of people around me, the endless emails and meetings. I needed a reset. So when I found the cabin online, a small, rustic place with no electricity or running water, I jumped at the chance. The day I arrived, the sun was still high. The drive itself was long and tiring. The last 20 miles were on a gravel road that twisted and turned through the trees so tightly that the sun barely touched the ground. I kept the windows rolled down, breathing in the sharp, pine-scented air. Every so often, a deer would dart across the road, disappearing quickly into the underbrush. The cabin was even smaller than I expected. It was made of rough logs, weathered by years of wind and rain, sitting on a small clearing surrounded by tall pines. A small porch faced a narrow, murky pond about 50 feet away. The water was still except for the occasional ripple from unseen fish or frogs. The door creaked as I opened it, and the smell hit me. Old wood, damp earth, and something faintly like mold. Inside was a single room. There was a small kitchen area with a cold water tap that I was told only worked if I filled the tank outside with a pump. A wood stove sat in the corner, blackened with soot. A thin mattress lay on a raised wooden platform against one wall. There were shelves with a few dusty canned goods and a stack of firewood piled neatly by the door. A small window looked out over the pond. I set my bag down and took a moment to just stand there, listening. The only sounds were the distant call of a bird, the occasional rustle of leaves, and the faint buzzing of insects. No cars, no voices, just the forest. The first night was peaceful. I made a fire in the stove and cooked some canned beans, eating quietly. I stretched out on the mattress, feeling the rough blankets beneath me. I fell asleep easily, comforted by the warmth and the silence. The next day, I decided to explore the area. There was a narrow trail that led from the cabin into the woods. It wasn't marked, but it looked like it was used regularly. The air was cool under the thick canopy of pines. The forest floor was covered with dry needles and small ferns. Occasionally, I spotted old footprints, maybe from hunters or hikers. The trail curved and climbed a small ridge, giving me a glimpse of the pond below, shimmering in the sunlight. I walked for a few miles, feeling calm and free, but something felt off. It was hard to explain, but the forest seemed too quiet. The usual sounds of birds and squirrels were missing. I kept looking around, half expecting to see movement, but there was nothing. By late afternoon, I returned to the cabin, noticing the sun was starting to dip. The air cooled quickly in the shade. I made another fire and boiled some water, thinking about the next few days. I hadn't brought much with me. A few cans, some bread, water, and a small camping stove for emergencies. That night, I slept a little less well. The silence pressed in on me. I heard faint cracks and pops from the forest outside, branches falling or animals moving through the underbrush. Every sound was sharp and loud in the stillness. I found myself waking up repeatedly, checking the door and windows to make sure everything was as it should be. On the third day, things began to change. I woke up early and noticed that the pond looked different. The water's surface was disturbed, like something had moved through it recently. Small ripples stretched across, and the mud at the edge looked churned up. I scanned the area but saw no footprints or clear signs of what might have caused it. I decided to check the trail again, this time following it farther. As I walked deeper into the woods, the feeling of being watched grew stronger. The quiet was overwhelming. I kept glancing over my shoulder, but the trees were empty. No animals, no people. The trail led to a small clearing with a rusted old hunting stand overlooking the woods. The wood was weathered and gray, the metal frame rusted and bent. I stepped carefully, noting scratch marks on the bark of nearby trees, deep, uneven, as if made by claws or a tool. My stomach tightened. I took photos with my phone, though the signal was weak and the battery low. Returning to the cabin, I noticed something else. Footprints in the soft mud near the pond. They were large and deep, but unlike any animal tracks I knew. The toes were too short and wide, and the heel was rounded. I stared at them for a long time, wondering what could have made them. That evening, I made sure the door was locked and the windows closed tightly. I kept the fire burning and sat by the stove, listening. Around dusk, a distant noise caught my attention. A low, slow thudding, like something heavy moving through the woods. It was faint but steady. I stayed still, trying to pinpoint the source. The sound came closer, then stopped, then started again, as if someone or something was pacing near the edge of the clearing. I grabbed a flashlight and carefully stepped outside, shining the beam into the darkness. Nothing, just trees and shadows. I tried not to let fear take over, but my hands shook slightly. The forest was alive with sounds now. The rustle of leaves, snapping twigs, the distant howl of a coyote or wolf. My mind raced through possibilities. Maybe a bear or some other animal. But the footprints near the pond still didn't match any animal I knew. I went back inside and bolted the door. I sat in the dark for a while, staring at the shadows cast by the fire. Sleep was impossible. The next day, I planned to leave. I packed quickly, trying to stay calm. The feeling of being watched lingered. As I loaded my bag into the car, I noticed fresh footprints leading away from the cabin into the woods, larger and deeper than the ones near the pond. They looked recent. I checked the road, saw no cars, no signs of life. The silence pressed down again. I started the car and drove slowly back down the gravel road, constantly looking in the rearview mirror. Halfway down, the engine sputtered and died. The car rolled to a stop on a narrow curve surrounded by trees. I tried the ignition again, nothing. I got out, heart pounding. The sun was setting, and the woods grew dark fast. I grabbed my flashlight and looked around. There were footprints everywhere now, leading into the forest from both sides of the road. They were big, heavy prints, some dragging marks, and strange scratches on the tree trunks. Panic crept in. I wanted to believe it was hunters or maybe a large animal, but the pattern was wrong. The prince circled the car and vanished into the darkness. I locked the car doors and sat inside, flashlight on, engine off. My phone was dead. No signal. Minutes stretched like hours. Suddenly, a loud crack echoed nearby, and the headlights of my car briefly caught movement. Something large, just at the edge of the trees. I blinked, and it was gone. I stayed frozen, trying to breathe quietly. My mind screamed to start the car again, but I was too afraid. After what felt like forever, the noise stopped. The forest fell silent once more. I waited until the sky was almost black, then carefully unlocked the door and ran down the road, flashlight in hand, hoping to reach a place with cell service or a house. I didn't look back. About a mile down, I found a small ranger station. It was locked, but I saw a phone on the porch inside. I banged on the door until a park ranger arrived. He listened to my story with a serious face and radioed for backup. They came to retrieve my car the next day, but they found nothing unusual. No prints, no signs of animals, nothing. I never went back to that cabin or those woods. Looking back, I think about what I experienced as a test of endurance and presence. There was no ghost, no monster, just the harsh, wild reality of nature and the fear of being utterly alone and vulnerable in it. The prints and noises might have been a bear, a moose, or some other animal, but the patterns were wrong. Or maybe they were people, poachers, hunters, or worse. That experience taught me to respect the woods, to never underestimate the silence, and to always trust my instincts. I still get chills thinking about those nights, the shadows, and the heavy footprints that surrounded me. I learned that fear doesn't have to come from the supernatural to be very real. It was October 2018 when I decided to take a solo trip up north to a remote cabin in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. I had just turned 34 a few months earlier, and after a stressful year of working long hours at my job in Milwaukee, I needed to clear my head. I wanted silence. I wanted to be away from traffic, emails, phones, and people. I had taken trips like this before, just not alone. Usually, I went with my brother or a couple friends, but none of them could make it that weekend. So I went by myself. The cabin belonged to a coworker's uncle. It wasn't listed on any rental site. It was just a small, square-shaped structure that sat about 300 feet from the edge of a large lake called Copper Lake, tucked into dense woods and a good 40-minute drive from the closest town, a small place called Marston. The road that led to it was unpaved and narrow, with thick brush and pine trees growing right up to the edge. I drove my old 4Runner up there on a Friday morning, getting there a little past noon. There was no cell signal for most of the drive once I left the town. The last 15 miles were completely isolated, and the road was barely marked. My coworker had written out directions for me and warned me that GPS wouldn't work out there. I followed his notes carefully and eventually spotted a bent metal sign near a row of boulders that marked the turnoff. After that, it was just a winding dirt trail for nearly 2 miles. The trees were tall and heavy with branches, most of them pines, and when the wind blew, the sound of them creaking overhead made it feel like I was inside a cave of green. The cabin itself was smaller than I expected, maybe 25 feet wide and 30 feet long, with weathered cedar siding and a slanted metal roof that had rust forming along the edges. There was a little covered porch on the front, a pile of chopped wood stacked along one side, and an old aluminum canoe flipped upside down near the edge of the lake. The lake itself was massive, still, and dark. Its shoreline curved out of sight in both directions. There were no other cabins or docks in view. No trails, no power lines, no movement. Inside the cabin was simple but well kept. A small wood stove sat in the corner near a pile of firewood. There was a tiny kitchen area with an old gas stove and a small fridge that ran off propane. A twin bed was pushed against the wall next to a window, and a simple wooden table sat in the middle of the room with a couple of chairs. There was no bathroom, just an outhouse about 30 yards into the woods behind the cabin. The air inside smelled faintly of old smoke and pine. I unpacked slowly, taking my time to settle in. I set my bag near the bed, lit the pilot light for the stove, and opened the windows to let some fresh air in. I walked down to the edge of the lake and looked out. It was dead quiet. No birds, no wind, just still water and the tall trees wrapped around everything like a wall. That first evening was calm. I made pasta from a box, boiled some lake water after filtering it, and spent a couple hours reading on the porch while the sun dropped behind the trees. I watched the sky turn orange and then purple, and then finally go dark as the cold started to move in. I put on a flannel jacket, lit the first fire inside, and fell asleep early. It was somewhere around 3 a.m. when I first woke up. I didn't know why. It was pitch black in the cabin. I hadn't left any lights on. The fire had gone out. It was cold. I stayed still in bed for a few seconds, just listening. The kind of listening where you're not thinking anything, you're just letting your ears pick up on something without trying. At first, I thought it was silence, but the longer I laid there, I started to notice what felt like a faint scratching noise. Not inside, outside. It was soft and irregular, like dry twigs brushing lightly against something. Then it stopped, just like that. I figured it was wind or an animal or maybe even my imagination. I turned over and eventually went back to sleep. The next day was normal. I hiked a bit around the lake, followed some animal trails through the woods, and ate sandwiches I packed. I checked the canoe too. It was old but usable. I figured I'd take it out the next morning if the weather stayed calm. That night, I built a better fire and made some rice and beans. No phone, no screens, just silence and slow hours. But that night, again around 3 o'clock or 4 o'clock in the morning, I woke up. This time, it was from a sound that was more deliberate. 3 distinct thuds. Not loud, but not random either. They came from the direction of the porch. The kind of sound that made me freeze instantly in bed. I didn't move. I held my breath. I didn't even blink. I waited and listened, but everything went quiet again. I stayed like that for a long time. My heart was pounding, and my body felt stiff with cold and tension. Eventually, I sat up, grabbed my flashlight, and crept toward the front window. I didn't see anything. The porch looked normal. The shadows didn't move. There were no footprints. I turned the light off and sat back on the bed, wide awake. I didn't sleep much the rest of that night. The next morning, I found something strange. Near the side of the cabin, below the window, were a set of scuff marks in the dirt. They weren't shoe prints exactly, just spots where the pine needles and soil had been pushed aside, like something had stood there and shuffled around. No clear tracks, just disturbance. I stared at them for a long time, trying to tell myself it was nothing, maybe a deer or some raccoon nosing around. That day, I took the canoe out. I paddled around for maybe 2 hours, letting myself drift across the middle of the lake. The shoreline was thick with trees, and from that far out, the cabin was barely visible. There was no sign of anyone else. No boats, no voices, just me and that deep cold water. That night, the fire burned longer. I had made sure to stack extra wood inside. I tried reading, but I couldn't focus. I kept looking at the windows. I kept turning my head at every creak and pop of the wood stove. Around 9 p.m., I shut all the windows and locked the front door, even though the lock was just a simple twist latch. The cabin was solid, but it wasn't secure. The windows could be pushed open if someone really wanted to. The back door, the one that led to the outhouse path, had a wooden bar I slid into place. I tried to sleep early, but I couldn't. At 2:58 a.m., I woke up again. No sounds, no knocking, just that same heavy feeling that something wasn't right. I got out of bed and turned on the flashlight. I moved slowly to the window. When I looked out, I saw something. It was faint, a shape, a person standing about 30 feet from the cabin, just at the edge of the trees. No movement. No flashlight, just standing there, not facing the cabin directly. I stood frozen at the window, heart thudding. The light from my flashlight reflected a little off something. Maybe a jacket, maybe eyes, I don't know. I turned the flashlight off immediately, backed away from the window, and stood in the dark. I didn't sleep again. When the sun came up, I went outside cautiously. The shape was gone. I walked to where I thought the person had been standing, and I found fresh tracks. Deep footprints, not boots, sneakers, or worn shoes. The prints weren't new like from that morning, They were damp and flattened, like they'd been there a few hours. I walked a wide loop through the woods near the cabin, not going far, just enough to check. I didn't see anyone, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I packed up my stuff that morning and loaded it into the truck. I didn't leave yet, though. I sat there for a long time thinking. I didn't want to run away from what could have just been some hunter passing through. But the tracks, the sound, the shape in the woods, none of that was normal. I told myself I'd stay one more night, but I slept with the axe in the bed with me. That last night I heard footsteps, not distant ones, right outside the cabin. They moved slowly, circling the structure. I didn't breathe. I didn't move. I just stared at the ceiling in the dark, waiting. The steps stopped at the back door for a long time. I heard the sound of fingers brushing against the wood. Slow, soft, like someone testing the surface. I gripped the axe tighter. Then they moved again toward the side window. The same window I had looked through 2 nights earlier. I kept expecting glass to break, or a hand to appear, but nothing came. Eventually, the footsteps faded. I stayed in bed until daylight came. When I went outside, I found more prints. Same shoes, same shuffle marks. This time, there were even handprints on the side of the cabin, pressed into the layer of dirt and pollen on the siding. I got in the truck and left. I didn't pack anything else. I left the food, the extra clothes, even my book. I drove all the way back to Marston and didn't stop until I hit the main highway. When I got cell signal, I called my coworker and told him what happened. He didn't know what to say. He said the cabin had always been safe, that nobody lived up there, that it was isolated. A week later, I went back with him and his uncle, just to check. Everything was still there, but someone had broken into the outhouse. The door was half off the hinges, and inside we found the words, "I watch at night." It was the fall of 2011, and I was 28 years old. I decided to take some time off from my city life in Portland, Oregon, to recharge. I wasn't in the mood for crowded campgrounds or noisy RV parks. I wanted peace and quiet, a real escape. So I looked online and found a small cabin for rent deep in the Cascades, near a place called Timber Falls. The cabin was rustic but cozy, far away from anything that looked like a town. It was exactly what I wanted. No neighbors for miles, no cell phone signal, just the forest and me. I packed my car carefully. Food for a week, water, firewood, camping gear, a first aid kit, and a battery-powered radio. I also brought my old hunting knife that my grandfather gave me. Not that I was planning to use it, but just to feel safer. The cabin was only about a 3-hour drive from Portland, so I left early in the morning to avoid any traffic. The drive was beautiful. The leaves were just starting to change color. Bright reds, oranges, and yellows all mixed in with the dark green pine trees. The roads got narrower as I drove deeper into the mountains. After a while, the pavement turned to gravel and I had to slow down a lot. I watched the trees pass by my window and felt more relaxed than I had in months. Eventually, I reached a dirt driveway with a small wooden sign that said, "Timber Falls Cabin." The cabin was tucked away behind a thick row of fir trees, barely visible from the road. It was simple, made of logs with a tin roof that looked rusty but sturdy. There was a small porch with a swing and a fire pit surrounded by stones in the yard. I parked the car near the porch and unloaded my things. Inside, the cabin smelled like wood and something slightly musty. There were 2 rooms, a small kitchen with a wood stove, a sink with a hand pump, and some old cabinets, and a living area with a fold-out couch and a table. A ladder led to a tiny loft that had a thin mattress and some blankets. The cabin didn't have electricity or running water, but there was a big rain barrel outside that I could use. I unpacked everything, stacked firewood near the stove, and built a small fire. I ate some canned soup and looked out the window. The forest was quiet except for the occasional bird and the soft rustle of leaves in the breeze. I liked the silence. That night, I slept with the windows cracked open to hear the sounds of the forest. I woke up once or twice to strange noises, twigs snapping, leaves crunching, but figured it was just animals. Bears, deer, raccoons, maybe a fox. I told myself not to worry. The cabin felt safe. The next day, I decided to explore the area. There was a narrow dirt trail near the cabin that led into the woods. I wore my hiking boots, carried a small backpack with water, a map, my phone, even though I knew there'd be no signal, and my knife. The forest was dense but beautiful, with sunlight filtering through the branches and casting long shadows on the ground. I walked for a couple of hours, following the trail as it wound around tall trees and crossed small creeks. I didn't see any people or signs of other hikers. I liked that. It made me feel like I was the only person in the world. After a while, I came to a clearing with a view of a small lake below. The water was dark and still. I sat on a rock and ate some trail mix, enjoying the peacefulness. When I got back to the cabin, the sun was already starting to set. I lit the stove and made some coffee. As the fire burned, I heard something different, a distant, low growl. I stopped and listened. It wasn't like the usual animal sounds. It was deeper, more threatening. I told myself it was probably a bear or a mountain lion moving far away. I closed the windows and locked the door before going to bed. The next few days passed quietly. I woke up early each morning, made breakfast on the stove, and spent the days hiking, reading, or sitting by the fire. I enjoyed the simplicity and the silence. But on the fourth day, something changed. That afternoon, while I was gathering firewood near the edge of the trees, I noticed fresh tracks on the dirt. Big paw prints, much larger than a dog's, heading toward the cabin. I crouched down and looked closer. The prints were deep, as if something heavy had walked through. I remembered the growling I'd heard a few nights before. My heart raced. I had never seen a bear in the wild, but I knew the area was home to black bears and maybe even a few grizzlies. I didn't want to panic, but the thought of a large predator nearby made me nervous. I went back to the cabin quickly and checked all the windows and doors. Everything was locked tight. I put a few pots and pans near the porch just in case I needed to make noise. I also left the knife on the table where I could reach it fast. That night, the sounds outside were louder and closer. I heard twigs breaking and heavy footsteps around the cabin. Sometimes it stopped, then moved slowly again. I didn't sleep well. I stayed awake half the night, listening to the noises, gripping my knife under the blanket. The next morning, I found more tracks around the cabin, and some of the firewood I had stacked was knocked over. Nothing was broken, but it was clear something had been here. I thought about leaving, but I didn't want to give up so soon. I decided to stay one more day and then head back. That afternoon, I prepared carefully. I made sure the firewood was stacked tightly, kept my phone and knife close, and planned to stay inside after dark. I sat by the window watching the woods, feeling more tense than I had all week. Around dusk, I saw a large shape moving between the trees about 100 yards from the cabin. It was dark and bulky, definitely a bear. It didn't seem aggressive, but it was watching. My stomach tightened. I turned off the lights inside the cabin to avoid attracting attention. As night fell, the bear stayed near the edge of the trees, pacing slowly back and forth. It growled low, and I heard it sniffing around. I didn't know what to do except stay still and quiet. The fire was dying out, and the cold crept in. Suddenly, I heard a loud snap behind the cabin. The bear turned its head sharply, then disappeared into the forest. I went to the back door cautiously and peered out. I couldn't see anything but shadows. For the next hour, I stayed inside, too scared to move. My heart pounded every time I heard a noise. I thought about how long I'd been alone and how unprepared I was for something like this. I wished I had brought bear spray or a gun, but I reminded myself that I had to keep calm. When dawn finally broke, the bear was gone. I stepped outside slowly. The woods were silent except for birds singing. I checked the firewood again. Some logs were scattered, but nothing else was touched. I packed quickly, my nerves still raw. As I loaded my car, I looked back at the cabin one last time. It was still standing, but I didn't feel the peace I had on the first day. The woods seemed darker somehow. The drive back to Portland was long and quiet. I kept replaying the last few days in my mind, thinking about how close I had come to danger. The cabin had been a perfect getaway, but nature reminded me that it didn't care about comfort or plans. I never went back to Timber Falls cabin, but that trip taught me something important. Respect for the wild means being prepared, staying alert, and knowing that sometimes being alone out there can be scarier than you expect. I still love the outdoors, but now I carry bear spray and a much better understanding of what it means to be truly alone in the forest. It was the summer of 2018 when I decided to take a break from my busy life in the city and rent a cabin for a week in the Pine Ridge Forest area, a remote spot deep in the northern part of Michigan. I was 32 years old at the time, working as a graphic designer in Detroit. My job was stressful, and I needed a week away from everything. No phone, no internet, just silence and nature. I found a small cabin rental online, a little off the beaten path but still reachable by car, about 20 miles from the nearest small town called Cedar Falls. The cabin looked perfect in the pictures, a single-story wooden building with a porch, surrounded by tall pine trees. No neighbors for miles. It promised the peace I was desperate for. When I booked it, I thought about the stories people tell about cabins in the woods, peaceful retreats or creepy places. I was more interested in the peaceful side. But now, looking back, I realize how little I knew about what was waiting for me. I arrived at the cabin on a bright Sunday afternoon in late June. The drive itself was relaxing, with long stretches of quiet road lined by trees on either side. The GPS lost signal about 10 miles before the cabin, but I had the address and directions from the rental company printed out. After the last turn onto a gravel road, the forest thickened, and I could hear the sounds of birds and the wind moving through the branches. The cabin was even smaller than I expected, but cozy. It had a simple wooden door with a rusty lock, a porch with 2 rocking chairs, and a small grill beside it. Inside, there was a wood stove, a kitchen with old appliances, a table with 4 chairs, and a small living area with a couch. The bedroom had a queen-size bed with a thin mattress, and there was a small bathroom with a shower. The electricity worked, but there was no Wi-Fi. The rental company had warned me about that. I liked the idea of disconnecting. I unpacked my bag and took a moment to look out the windows. The trees were close, and the sunlight filtered through the thick branches, creating patterns on the wooden floor. I decided to explore a little before nightfall. There was a small trail leading away from the cabin into the woods. I took a bottle of water, my phone, mostly for pictures, and a flashlight in case it got dark faster than expected. The forest was beautiful. Tall pines, some birch trees, and a thick underbrush of bushes and ferns. I walked slowly, listening to the sounds of nature. The chirping of birds, the rustling of small animals in the leaves, the soft crunch of my boots on the dirt path. The trail was about half a mile before it ended at a small creek with clear water running over smooth stones. I knelt down to fill my bottle and looked around. Everything was quiet except for the water. No people, no cars, just me and the forest. I felt peaceful, at least for now. That night, I cooked a simple meal on the stove, ate quietly, and then sat on the porch for a while watching the stars. The sky was clear, and the stars were so bright they almost looked close enough to touch. I thought about how different this was from the city, where the light pollution hides the night sky. Around 10 p.m., I went inside, locked the door, and got ready for bed. The wood stove was still warm, but I let it die down before I fell asleep. The silence was almost total. No cars, no people, no city noise. Just the occasional creak of the cabin settling and distant sounds of wildlife. At some point in the night, I was woken up by a noise outside. It sounded like something heavy moving near the cabin, maybe a deer or a raccoon. I stayed still, listening, but after a few minutes, it stopped. I told myself it was nothing, just an animal. I tried to go back to sleep. I spent most of the next day hiking and relaxing around the cabin. The weather was warm, with a soft breeze. I found a small lake about a mile away on another trail. The lake was beautiful and quiet. I took off my shoes and dipped my feet in the cool water. It felt good after the long walk. When I got back to the cabin, I noticed something strange. The firewood pile I had stacked neatly near the porch was disturbed. Some logs were shifted, and there were small scratches on the wood. At first, I thought maybe I had forgotten about it and it got messy somehow. But then I saw something else. Footprints in the soft dirt near the woodpile. They looked like they were made by a human, not an animal. The prints led from the edge of the trees directly to the woodpile and then back again. I felt uneasy. I had told the rental company I would be alone. I knew I hadn't seen anyone since I arrived. So who could it be? I tried to ignore it. I told myself maybe some local hunters or campers were nearby and walked past. The cabin wasn't locked with anything fancy, just a rusty lock on the door. Maybe someone curious walked around. Still, I decided to lock the windows more securely and put my small camping knife by the bed, just in case. I wanted to feel safe. That night, the noises outside were louder. I heard branches snapping close by and soft footsteps. I didn't open the door or windows. I kept the light on and stayed awake longer than usual. By the third day, I was feeling more nervous. The footprints returned. They appeared almost daily, always around the cabin and sometimes near the window facing the trail. Once, when I was outside gathering firewood, I saw a shadow move between the trees. It was quick, like someone ducked behind a tree when they noticed me. I stopped what I was doing and looked carefully, but no one was there. I wanted to leave but had rented the cabin for the full week and didn't want to just run away. I felt trapped in a way. I started sleeping with my phone next to me, although the reception was weak and the battery drained quickly. I also left the porch light on all night. One morning, I found something alarming. The front door had a crude mark scratched into the wood near the lock. It looked like an X, but rough and uneven. It hadn't been there before. Inside the cabin, I found small twigs and leaves pushed under the door, like someone tried to get in without opening it. My anxiety grew. I tried to call the rental company, but there was no answer. I also tried to reach my family and friends, but had almost no cell signal. That night, the noises outside were unbearable. I could hear heavy breathing, scratching on the walls, and loud footsteps circling the cabin. I stayed up all night with the lights on, clutching my knife. I didn't sleep. In the early hours before dawn, I heard something hit the window hard. I jumped back, heart pounding. I stayed frozen, listening. The noises stopped suddenly. As soon as it was light, I packed my things hurriedly. I didn't want to stay another minute. I locked the cabin and drove away as fast as I could on the gravel road, looking in the rearview mirror. I didn't look back. Once home, I tried to calm down and think clearly. I told myself it wasn't anything dangerous, just someone messing around or local kids playing pranks. But I never forgot the fear and the sense of being watched. I never went back to that cabin or the Pine Ridge forest. Looking back, I think the real terror wasn't from ghosts or monsters, but from the feeling of being vulnerable and alone in a place where someone else could be close by, watching, waiting, and maybe wanting to do harm. The scratches, the footprints, the noises, they were all signs that someone had been nearby, possibly following me, maybe even planning to get inside the cabin. I never found out who or why, but the experience changed me. It taught me that sometimes the scariest things are real people with unknown intentions, not the stories we tell ourselves about spirits or creatures. Now, whenever I think about going to a remote place, I prepare carefully. I make sure I have a way to call for help. I let someone know exactly where I am, and I never ignore small signs that something might be wrong. The cabin in Pine Ridge wasn't just a getaway. It was a reminder that nature is beautiful but unpredictable, and people can be dangerous even in the quietest places. I'm grateful I got out safely, and I never want to feel that helpless again. It was early October 2018. The trees around the cabin had started to turn golden and orange, leaves slowly drifting down to cover the ground like a soft, dry carpet. The air was crisp but not cold, with the faint smell of pine and earth. I had driven for hours to get there, winding along narrow country roads through rural northern Michigan, past sleepy farms and empty fields. The sun was setting by the time I arrived, casting long shadows through the forest. The cabin was small, built in the 70s, with weathered wooden siding that had faded from green to a dull gray. It sat on a clearing about half a mile from the nearest road, surrounded by tall pine trees that blocked most of the light. The front porch was narrow and sagged in the middle, with a faded red chair and a rusted old lantern sitting on the railing. I had rented it for 3 nights through an online listing. The description promised peace, quiet, and a chance to get away from it all. When I opened the door, the smell of old wood and dust hit me. It wasn't unpleasant, just old. Inside, the cabin was basic but comfortable enough. There was a small kitchen with an electric stove and a fridge that hummed softly, a single room with a sofa and a folding table, and a tiny bedroom with a lumpy mattress. The bathroom had a shower with hot water, which was a relief after the long drive. I unpacked my things slowly, setting up my sleeping bag on the mattress, arranging the canned food and bottled water I had brought. I didn't have cell service here. The nearest town was at least 20 miles away, and my phone said no signal. Part of the reason I came was to disconnect, but it also meant I was on my own. That thought made a small knot form in my stomach, but I pushed it aside. I told myself I was prepared. As darkness fell, I lit the fireplace. The cabin had a small wood stove in the corner, and I had brought a few bundles of firewood with me. The crackling flames filled the room with warmth and a flickering orange glow. Outside, the wind rustled the trees and I could hear the occasional call of a distant owl. Felt peaceful, almost perfect. That first night, I slept better than I had in months. The quiet was comforting, and I didn't have to worry about alarms or people bothering me. I woke early to the sun filtering through the small window, casting soft beams on the floor. I made coffee on the stove, sitting on the porch to drink it, wrapped in a blanket. The second day was when things started to change. I decided to explore the area around the cabin. There was a narrow dirt path that led into the forest, winding between the tall pines and scattered birch trees. The ground was soft from fallen leaves, and the air smelled like damp earth and pine needles. I took a small backpack with water, snacks, and a map I had printed before I came. First, the hike was nice. The trail was quiet except for the sounds of birds and my own footsteps. I saw squirrels darting through the branches and a few chipmunks crossing the path. The sun peeked through the trees, creating shifting patterns of light and shadow. After about an hour, the trail forked. The map showed that one path led back to the cabin, and the other went deeper into the woods, ending near a small lake a few miles away. I decided to go toward the lake. It seemed like a good spot to rest and maybe fish if I felt like it. The deeper I walked, the thicker the trees became. The path narrowed, and branches brushed against my jacket. The forest was dense here, almost claustrophobic. I kept my phone in my pocket, but still no signal. I told myself it was normal, but a little voice in the back of my mind whispered unease. After another 45 minutes, I reached the lake. It was small and surrounded by trees, the water dark and still except for the occasional ripple from a jumping fish. I sat on a fallen log and pulled out a granola bar. The silence was almost overwhelming. No cars, no planes, no voices. Just me and the forest. I stayed there for a while, watching the water and feeling the cool breeze on my face. Then, I packed up and started back. That's when I noticed something strange. At first, I thought it was just my imagination. A crack in the underbrush, the snap of a twig, a rustle too close behind me. I stopped and turned around, but no one was there. The forest looked the same. Tall trunks, dense shadows, the fading light. I picked up my pace, trying to shake the feeling. But then it happened again. A noise, this time sharper. Footsteps? Not mine. I stopped, heart pounding. The sounds didn't continue. Maybe it was an animal. Maybe a deer or a raccoon. I forced myself to keep walking, but I was alert. My eyes scanned the trees. The forest suddenly felt huge and empty all at once. Then I heard a sound that made my blood run cold. A voice, just a whisper, carried by the wind. I couldn't make out words, but it was there. Faint, distant, almost too soft to be real. I stopped dead. The forest fell silent. I looked around frantically. No sign of anyone. I turned and ran. Back at the cabin, the sun had almost set. The sky was a deep shade of purple, and the first stars blinked into view. I closed the door behind me and locked it. The cabin felt safer somehow, even though I had no proof anything was out there. I tried to calm down. I ate a quick dinner, canned beans heated on the stove, and sat by the fire. My hands trembled a little. I didn't want to admit I was scared. I told myself it was just nerves or the wind playing tricks. But I didn't sleep well that night. Every small noise, a branch tapping the window, the wind rattling the roof, made me jump. I stayed awake half the night, listening to the forest. The next morning, I decided to leave early. I packed everything quickly, my hands shaking. I didn't want to stay another night. I thought about calling someone to come get me, but no service. I felt trapped. As I loaded my car, I noticed tire tracks in the dirt driveway. Fresh ones. Someone had driven up here recently. I scanned the woods. No one was in sight. My heart raced. I locked the cabin door and started the engine. The drive back was tense. Every noise from the woods seemed louder. Every shadow looked like someone watching. Halfway down the road, my car sputtered and died. I tried to restart it, but nothing. The gas gauge was nearly full, so it had to be something else. I looked around. I was alone on the empty road, surrounded by forest. I grabbed my phone to call for help. No signal. Panic crept in. I sat in the car for a few minutes trying to calm down. Then I remembered the emergency roadside kit in the trunk. I grabbed a flashlight, jumper cables, and a basic toolkit. I checked under the hood. The battery looked fine, but the cables to the alternator were loose. I tried to reconnect them, hands fumbling in the growing dark. It wasn't perfect, but I got them snug. I tried the ignition again. The engine roared to life. Relief washed over me. I started driving again, eyes peeled. A few miles down, I saw headlights behind me. A truck pulled up close, then flashed its high beams. I was tense, but then I realized it was just a local farmer coming home. He nodded and waved as he passed. The normalcy was oddly comforting. I drove faster, my heart still pounding. By the time I reached the main highway, the sun was rising, and the world looked calm again. I stopped at a gas station and called my sister. I told her I would be home late, but I didn't say much more. I just wanted to get back to safety. Later that day, I went to a mechanic to check the car. The alternator cables had been loose, but nothing was broken. The cabin had no one else around. There was no explanation for the footsteps or the whisper. The only real answer I could come up with was that the forest played tricks on me. The loneliness, the silence, the unfamiliar sounds. My mind twisted them into something scary, but it wasn't just that. I know now that being alone out there, so far from help, with no way to communicate, is dangerous on its own. The woods are beautiful, but they are also unforgiving. And sometimes, when you're by yourself, your mind starts making things worse. That cabin trip taught me something important. Always be prepared. Always tell someone where you are going. And if something feels off, trust your instincts and leave. I haven't been back to that cabin since. I don't want to, but I'm grateful for the experience. It scared me in a way that made me respect the wilderness and the limits of being alone. Sometimes the scariest things aren't monsters or ghosts. They're just being alone, lost, and vulnerable in a place that doesn't care if you make it out. It was late October, 2012, when I decided to take a break from my usual city life and escape to the woods. I had spent the better part of the year grinding at a small advertising firm in Spokane, Washington. I was 32 then, single and just about burnt out. The pressure to keep up with deadlines and the constant noise of the city had worn me thin. The idea of disappearing into the woods for a week in a small cabin, away from everything, sounded like the perfect reset. I booked a cabin in the mountains north of the city, in a place called Silent Pines. It was about a 2-hour drive from Spokane, nestled in the foothills of the Cascade Mountains. The area was quiet, surrounded by dense pine forests, with little cell reception, and only a handful of cabins scattered across the valley. The cabin was old but sturdy, built in the late 70s, made of rough-hewn logs with a stone chimney on one side. It had electricity but no internet, which was exactly what I wanted. The drive there was uneventful. The roads twisted and climbed through the trees, the air crisp and sharp with the first hint of winter. When I arrived, the sun was just setting behind the mountains, casting a deep orange glow across the pine needles. The cabin looked exactly like the photos. Isolated, surrounded by towering trees, with a small porch and a fire pit just outside. A stack of firewood was neatly piled near the door. Inside, the cabin smelled of old wood and a faint hint of smoke. The furniture was simple but comfortable. A worn couch, a wooden table, a small kitchen with basic appliances, and a loft upstairs with a mattress. I unpacked my things, lighting a few candles and setting up my laptop in case I wanted to write or journal. The power worked fine, and a small heater hummed softly in the corner. The first night was peaceful. I built a fire in the stone fireplace, sat in the living room with a cup of tea, and watched the flames dance. Outside, the wind whispered through the trees, and the occasional owl called in the distance. I fell asleep easily, lulled by the quiet and the warmth. The next day, I spent most of my time hiking. There was a trailhead just a mile from the cabin that led through the forest and up a ridge. The air was cool but not cold, and the forest was thick with pine, fir, and the rusty gold of late autumn leaves. I saw a few deer tracks in the mud and heard the distant sound of a woodpecker tapping at a tree. It was peaceful in a way the city never could be. That evening, I went to the fire pit outside the cabin and cooked a simple meal on a portable stove. The sky was clear, and stars shone bright and close. I sat for a long time, listening to the forest sounds, feeling completely alone but not lonely. This was exactly what I needed. But things started to change on the third day. I woke early, the sky still dark, to a strange sound outside. It was soft but sharp, like the snapping of a branch. At first, I thought it was just the wind, or maybe a squirrel or a bird, but the noise repeated. A series of small, deliberate snaps coming from the edge of the clearing near the cabin. I stood by the window, staring out into the gloom of the forest, but I saw nothing. The trees swayed gently, and the early morning mist curled among the trunks. I shrugged it off and went about my morning. After breakfast, I decided to explore the woods again, this time taking a different path that wound deeper into the trees. The forest grew thicker, the light dimmer beneath the tall pines. The trail was narrow and uneven, covered with pine needles and damp earth. I felt calm but alert, as though something was just out of sight. About an hour into the hike, I noticed the snap sounds again. They were more frequent now and seemed to be following me, or perhaps ahead of me on the trail. I paused, trying to pinpoint the direction, but the forest was quiet otherwise. My heart beat a little faster. I quickened my pace and soon found myself back on the main path leading to the cabin. When I reached the clearing, I noticed fresh tracks in the mud near the fire pit, deep, wide prints that looked like heavy boots. I wasn't expecting anyone else to be around here, especially not someone who would wander near the cabin without saying anything. That night, I barely slept. Every noise outside, branches cracking, leaves rustling, made me tense up. I kept the fire going in the stove and locked the door. I felt watched. On the fourth day, I decided to leave the cabin briefly to get some supplies from the nearest town, a small place called Maplewood about 15 miles away. I packed my bag and locked the cabin carefully before driving down the winding mountain road. The trip was normal, though I noticed that my phone had no signal once I left the highway. The grocery store was small but well-stocked, and I bought extra canned food, batteries, and a basic first aid kit. Back at the cabin, I unpacked and started a fire in the stove to warm the place. Outside, the wind had picked up, shaking the trees and rattling the windows. I closed the curtains and settled in with a book, trying to calm my nerves. That evening, as I was preparing dinner, I heard a sudden loud knock on the front door. My heart jumped. I wasn't expecting anyone, and the nearest neighbors were miles away. I approached the door slowly, peeking through the window, but saw nothing. The knock came again, louder this time. I grabbed a heavy flashlight from the table and opened the door cautiously. The clearing was empty. There were fresh footprints in the mud, large and heavy, leading away from the cabin toward the woods. I followed the prints for a few steps but lost them near a thick clump of bushes. The air felt colder, and I had an unsettling feeling that someone had been watching me closely. I locked the door and bolted the deadbolt, checking all the windows. My mind raced with possibilities, none of them good. For the next 2 days, the tension grew. The snapping sounds returned, always near the edge of the clearing. I found more footprints, sometimes single, sometimes in pairs, but never any sign of who made them. At night, I kept the fire burning and the doors locked tight. I stayed alert, listening for every sound. On the 6th day, the power went out. It was just before sunset, and suddenly all the lights and the heater stopped working. I was left in semi-darkness, with only my candles and the dying fire in the stove to keep warm. I had no cell service, no way to call for help. I gathered extra firewood and stacked it near the fireplace. The temperature dropped fast as the night deepened. Outside, the forest was alive with noises, branches scraping, animals calling. But there was something else too, something slower and heavier, like footsteps moving just beyond the tree line. I sat in the living room with my back against the wall, clutching a pocket knife I kept in my bag. I didn't sleep much. I heard something pacing outside the cabin for hours. It wasn't an animal. The steps were too deliberate, too heavy. Once, I heard a low grunt or cough, muffled by the walls. By the 7th day, I had decided I would leave first thing in the morning, no matter what. The thought of spending another night in that cabin with the power out and whoever or whatever was nearby terrified me. Before dawn, I woke to the sound of the front door creaking open. My heart slammed. I stayed frozen, eyes wide in the dark. Then I heard footsteps step inside. Heavy boots on the wooden floor. I grabbed my flashlight and shone it toward the door. The beam hit a figure. A man, tall, wearing a heavy jacket and a hood pulled low over his face. He didn't speak or move fast. He just stood there, watching. I screamed and lunged for the door, slamming it shut and locking it again. The man pounded on the wood with a fist, shouting something I couldn't hear through the wall. I grabbed my bag, shoved in food and water, and headed out the back door. The man tried the front door again, shouting and pounding, but I ran fast through the trees, not looking back. I didn't stop until I reached the highway, where a logging truck passed by. I flagged it down, breathless and shaking. The driver called the police for me. They came out with a search team but found no one near the cabin. The man had vanished into the forest. I never went back to Silent Pines. I quit my job soon after and moved to a quieter town. The experience left me wary of the woods and alone at night. But I learned something important too. Sometimes, the scariest things aren't ghosts or monsters, but real people and real dangers hidden just beyond the trees. It was the summer of 2007 when I first decided to escape the city for a few days. I was 29 years old, working a desk job in Minneapolis that drained me more than I cared to admit. The constant hum of computers and phones, the buzz of fluorescent lights, it all left me craving quiet and space. I'd been thinking about going camping or renting a cabin for some time. Something simple, somewhere isolated. That's how I found the cabin at Pine Ridge, a small rental tucked deep in the woods of northern Minnesota. The photos online showed a weathered wooden cabin surrounded by tall pine trees, a small fire pit outside, and a creek running nearby. It looked perfect for what I wanted. Silence, solitude, and time to think. The owner was a local man who ran a few cabins in the area and had good reviews for maintaining the places. It was $200 for 3 nights, which felt reasonable. I packed my car the night before leaving. I took basics, clothes for hiking, a sleeping bag, a few canned foods, water, and a small first aid kit. No cell service was expected, but I brought a basic phone anyway, just in case. I told no one exactly where I was going, not that I had many people to tell. Mostly, I just wanted to disappear for a while. The drive north took nearly 5 hours from the city. I left early in the morning. The roads clear and the sky a deep blue with scattered clouds. The farther I drove, the more the landscape changed. Tall trees lined both sides of the highway, their green canopies stretching endlessly. Eventually, the pavement turned into a gravel road that wound through the woods. A couple of times, I saw small signs warning of deer crossing. The air smelled fresher, cooler. When I finally reached the cabin, it was just as the photos promised. A single-story structure, about 30 feet long, with a steep roof and a small porch. The wood was aged and darkened by years of weather. The door creaked as I opened it. Inside, the cabin smelled of dust and pine. There was a wood stove in the corner, a small kitchen area with a sink and a propane stove, a table with a couple of chairs, and a bed with a thin mattress. The windows were dirty but let in enough light to see. I unpacked slowly, setting my things on the table and preparing a simple meal of beans and rice. The quiet was almost overwhelming. No cars, no voices, just the occasional bird song and the rustle of leaves in the wind. I liked it. I lit a small fire in the stove and sat back, letting the warmth fill the room. The first night was peaceful. I fell asleep early, exhausted from the drive. The sounds outside were different from the city. The hoot of an owl, the snap of twigs, the distant howl of a coyote. Nothing unusual, but everything felt sharper, closer. The next morning, I woke with a clear head. I decided to explore the area. Pine Ridge was surrounded by dense forest, and a narrow dirt trail started just behind the cabin. The trees were mostly pine, tall and straight, with little underbrush. The ground was covered in pine needles and fallen cones, soft underfoot. I walked slowly, breathing in the fresh air. The sun filtered through the branches, casting dappled shadows on the path. I found small animal tracks in the mud and saw a few squirrels darting up trees. The creek I'd seen in the photos was just a short walk from the cabin. It was shallow and clear, with smooth stones lining the bed. I dipped my hand in the water. It was cold and refreshing. I spent most of the day walking, taking photos with my old digital camera and collecting a few smooth stones from the creek. The trail looped back toward the cabin after about 3 miles, so I wasn't far from home. That night, I cooked a simple dinner over the propane stove. The fire stove gave off a comforting glow. I sat on the porch with a small lantern, looking out into the dark forest. The stars were bright overhead. It was the kind of quiet that made you feel both safe and small at the same time. But as the night deepened, I noticed something odd. There was a faint, rhythmic sound coming from the woods. At first, I thought it was just the wind moving through the trees, but it wasn't quite right. It was a low tapping, almost like someone or something was knocking on the trunks of the pine trees. It was slow and steady, not random. I stood up and strained my eyes into the darkness, but I saw nothing. No light, no movement. I felt a slight chill, though it wasn't cold enough to explain it. I shrugged it off and went back inside. The third day, I woke up early again and decided to stay near the cabin. I wanted to prepare for the long drive home and didn't want to get caught on the road after dark. As I cleaned up the kitchen, I noticed something on the back porch steps. Small footprints in the dirt. They were human-shaped but very small, maybe a child's size. Strange, since no one else was supposed to be around. I wiped them away quickly, thinking maybe an animal had stepped on the dirt and left marks that looked like footprints. Still, it gave me a weird feeling. I looked around the area but saw no sign of other people. Later, while gathering firewood nearby, I heard the tapping sound again. This time it was louder, closer. I stopped and looked around but saw only trees and shadows. The tapping seemed to move from one tree to another, almost like a pattern. It wasn't random at all. I told myself it was probably a woodpecker or some bird, but I didn't see or hear any birds. And the tapping wasn't the usual quick pecking. It was deliberate, spaced out, like someone knocking slowly and carefully. That evening, I stayed inside and locked the door. The cabin felt suddenly small and vulnerable. I sat close to the stove, trying to keep warm and calm. The tapping stopped for a while, but then it started again, now mixed with occasional cracking sounds like branches breaking. I kept the lantern lit and stared at the window, trying to catch a glimpse of what was out there. Hours passed, and I didn't see or hear anything more. The next morning, I packed my things early. I wanted to leave before nightfall. I locked the cabin and headed down the gravel road toward the main highway. As I drove away, I looked back at the cabin, nestled among the tall pines. The place felt strange now, like it was holding on to a secret. I didn't want to stay any longer. When I got back to the city, I tried to explain the feeling to myself. I told myself the tapping was just an animal, the footprints just dirt marks, and the noises just the forest settling. But something about that place stayed with me. I never went back to Pine Ridge. The idea of spending more nights in that cabin, hearing the tapping and feeling watched, was too much. I still remember the quiet and the loneliness, but also the unease that settled deep in my bones. Looking back, I think the scariest part wasn't ghosts or monsters. It was the feeling of being alone in a place where something or someone had been there just before me, watching, knocking, waiting. The forest was alive in its own way, and sometimes that life doesn't want you there.